There are people walking through life right now with smiles on their faces, while their nervous systems are silently collapsing underneath them. They answer messages, they go to work, they carry responsibilities, they keep showing up for everyone else. But inside, their mind never truly stops moving. Their body never truly relaxes, and their soul never fully feels safe enough to rest. Because an overloaded nervous system does not always look dramatic. Sometimes it looks like overthinking every little thing, feeling tired even after sleeping, snapping at small problems, feeling emotionally numb one moment, then overwhelmed the next. It looks like lying in bed exhausted while your thoughts keep running like a machine that forgot how to shut down. Most people think stress is just part of life. But the Stoics understood something deeper. They understood that the mind can become addicted to tension, that the body can become trapped in survival mode so long it forgets what peace even feels like. And when that happens, even silence starts to feel uncomfortable. We were taught how to chase success, but never how to calm the storm inside ourselves. We learned how to survive pressure, but not how to release it. We learned how to stay busy, but not how to become still. And slowly, without realizing it, the nervous system begins carrying years of pressure the soul was never meant to hold alone. But tonight is different. Tonight is not about forcing positivity. It is not about pretending everything is fine, and it is not about escaping your life. This is a reset. A return to calm. A slow unwinding of the pressure your body has been carrying for far too long. The Stoics believed that peace begins the moment you stop fighting every thought that enters your mind. That healing begins when you observe your inner chaos without becoming controlled by it. And that true strength is not found in constant tension, but in learning how to remain steady within it. So for the next 4 hours, allow yourself to breathe more slowly. Allow your mind to loosen its grip. Allow the noise inside you to settle little by little. You do not need to solve your whole life tonight. You only need to let your nervous system remember what safety feels like again. But before the mind can fully become quiet, something deeper has to be understood first. Many people are not exhausted because life is hard alone. They are exhausted because their body has forgotten how to stop preparing for danger. Even during peaceful moments, something inside them stays alert, watching, anticipating, waiting for the next problem to arrive. And after enough years of living this way, calm itself can start to feel unfamiliar. That is where the real healing begins. There are people whose nervous systems have been in survival mode for so long, they no longer recognize peace when it finally arrives. Silence feels strange to them. Rest feels uncomfortable. A normal day feels suspicious. And moments that should feel calming somehow create anxiety instead. Not because something is wrong with them, but because the body learns from repetition. If stress has been your normal for years, your nervous system slowly begins to treat tension like home. The mind starts believing that staying alert equals staying safe. So even when nothing dangerous is happening, the body still acts like a threat is nearby. The shoulders stay tight, the jaw stays clenched, the thoughts keep racing, and deep inside there is a constant feeling that something bad could happen at any moment. This is what many people never understand about chronic stress. The body does not always know the difference between a real emergency and a remembered one. A single painful season can teach the nervous system to remain guarded long after the danger has passed. That is why some people cannot relax even on vacation, why they feel guilty while resting, why they suddenly feel uneasy when life becomes quiet. Their nervous system has become addicted to emergency. The Stoics understood this in their own way thousands of years ago. They believed that suffering grows stronger when the mind constantly rehearses fear. Marcus Aurelius wrote about how human beings often suffer more in imagination than in reality. And over time, this constant mental preparation slowly trains the body to live in defense mode. A person can become so used to pressure that peace almost feels empty. That is why some people create problems without realizing it. Why they overthink stable relationships. Why they feel restless when things are finally going well. Why they check their phone constantly even when no message has arrived. The nervous system begins craving stimulation because stillness feels unfamiliar. And modern life quietly makes this worse. The endless notifications, the bad news, the constant pressure to perform, the fear of falling behind, the need to always respond, always improve, always achieve something. The nervous system was never designed to absorb this much information every single day. Years ago, danger came in short moments. A storm, a wild animal, a difficult season. Then the body would calm down again. Now the danger never seems to end. Even while lying in bed, the mind keeps scanning for problems. Bills, regrets, deadlines, rejection, failure, embarrassment. The nervous system remains awake even when the body is begging for rest, and eventually people stop noticing how exhausted they truly are. They think feeling constantly tense is normal. They think emotional numbness is maturity. They think being unable to relax is productivity. But the body always keeps score. Slowly, the exhaustion begins showing itself in quiet ways. Trouble sleeping, brain fog, emotional sensitivity, sudden irritation, feeling tired after social interaction, difficulty concentrating, a constant feeling of being emotionally on edge. And perhaps the strangest part of all, many people continue functioning while silently falling apart inside. They smile, they go to work, they answer texts, but their nervous system is screaming for relief underneath everything. The Stoics believed that inner stability comes from learning how to separate imagined fear from present reality. Not every thought deserves obedience. Not every feeling is a prophecy. Not every anxious impulse is telling the truth. Sometimes the body is simply repeating an old survival pattern, and healing begins the moment you stop treating every internal alarm like an emergency. That does not mean ignoring responsibilities. It does not mean pretending life is easy. It means teaching the nervous system that safety still exists in the middle of ordinary life. Small moments begin to matter more than people realize. Slow breathing, quiet walks, moments without screens, sitting in silence without needing distraction, letting the body experience calm without rushing to fill it with noise. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, almost unnatural, because a nervous system trained by stress often mistakes peace for vulnerability. But little by little, the body begins learning something new. It learns that rest is not laziness, that calm is not weakness, that silence is not danger, and that a human being was never meant to carry permanent survival mode as a lifestyle. This is why the Stoics practiced stillness, why they trained themselves to observe thoughts without becoming controlled by them. They understood that a restless mind creates a restless life. But a disciplined mind, a steady mind, can survive chaos without becoming chaos itself. Tonight, you do not need to force yourself to become perfectly calm. You only need to stop feeding the emergency inside you for a little while. Because the nervous system heals slowly, not through pressure, not through panic, but through repeated moments where the body finally realizes, I am safe enough to let go now. And after years of living in survival mode, another pattern quietly begins to form. The body stops asking for help. The emotions stop expressing themselves honestly, and a person slowly becomes someone who can carry enormous pressure while looking completely fine on the outside. But there is a hidden cost to constantly holding yourself together. Some people have become so emotionally controlled, they no longer know what it feels like to fully relax around life. They stay composed in every crisis. They remain calm for everyone else. They solve problems. They handle pressure. They keep functioning even when exhausted. And because they rarely fall apart publicly, the world assumes they are strong all the time. But strength and suppression are not always the same thing. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep cannot fix, a deep emotional fatigue that comes from spending years managing every feeling before it reaches the surface, smiling carefully, speaking carefully, responding carefully, trying not to burden anyone, trying not to appear weak, trying not to lose control. Over time, this constant emotional restraint creates invisible tension inside the nervous system. The body begins carrying emotions the mind never fully processes, and eventually, even small things start feeling heavy. A simple conversation drains you. A minor inconvenience irritates you deeply. A quiet moment suddenly fills with sadness you cannot explain. Not because you are unstable, but because the emotional pressure inside you has had nowhere to go. Many people learned this pattern early in life. Some grew up in homes where emotions were ignored. Others were taught that crying meant weakness. Some became the strong one in the family and slowly lost permission to fall apart themselves. And after years of carrying this identity, they begin treating emotional control like survival. The Stoics are often misunderstood here. People think Stoicism means suppressing emotion completely, but that is not what the Stoics taught. They did not believe in becoming emotionally numb. They believed in understanding emotions instead of becoming ruled by them. There is a difference. Suppressing emotions traps them inside the body. Observing emotions allows them to move through you without controlling your actions. That difference changes everything. Because emotional overcontrol slowly teaches the nervous system that vulnerability is dangerous. The body becomes hyper-aware of every feeling before it fully forms. A person begins editing themselves constantly. Do not react too much. Do not cry. Do not disappoint people. Stay composed. Stay useful. And while this may create the appearance of strength, inside, the nervous system never fully rests. The pressure keeps building silently. This is why some people feel emotionally disconnected from themselves. They became so focused on functioning, they stopped listening to what they truly feel. Sometimes the body tries to speak anyway, through tension, headaches, chest tightness, jaw pain, digestive problems, constant fatigue, trouble breathing deeply, sudden emotional outbursts after long periods of silence. The body often expresses what the mouth never says, and one of the saddest parts is this. Many emotionally overwhelmed people do not even realize how tired they are. They are so used to carrying pressure that it feels normal. They say things like, "I'm fine. I'm just tired. I just need to push through." But deep inside, the nervous system is begging for softness, for stillness, for emotional honesty. Marcus Aurelius wrote often about observing the mind carefully and not becoming enslaved by internal chaos. But observation requires honesty. A person cannot heal emotions they refuse to acknowledge, and that is where many people stay trapped. They become emotionally efficient instead of emotionally healthy. They know how to perform calmness without actually feeling calm. They know how to survive difficult days without ever emotionally recovering from them. They become experts at endurance, while quietly losing connection with themselves. But healing begins when a person stops seeing emotional release as failure. Tears are not weakness. Rest is not laziness. Asking for space is not selfishness. And feeling deeply does not make you fragile. In fact, Many people who appear too emotional are often simply carrying emotions that others buried years ago. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment between the inner world and the outer one. When a person constantly hides their true emotional state, inner conflict begins growing silently. The nervous system becomes exhausted trying to maintain the performance. That is why emotional over-control creates such deep fatigue. You are not only carrying life, you are carrying the effort of hiding how life feels. And eventually, the soul becomes tired of wearing armor every day. This is why moments of true emotional safety feel so healing. A conversation where you do not have to pretend. A quiet room where you can finally exhale. A moment where nobody needs anything from you. These moments allow the nervous system to soften its grip on survival. Not all healing looks dramatic. Sometimes healing is simply no longer forcing yourself to appear okay every second of the day. Sometimes healing is admitting, "This is heavier than I realized." And strangely enough, that honesty often creates the first real feeling of relief. Because the nervous system does not heal through perfection. It heals through safety, through emotional permission, through slowly teaching the body that it no longer needs to carry the entire world alone. And perhaps that is the deeper lesson hidden underneath all this exhaustion. The strongest people are not always the ones who hold everything in. Sometimes the strongest people are the ones who finally allow themselves to put the weight down. And once a person becomes used to carrying emotional pressure silently, the mind begins developing another exhausting habit. It starts searching for danger everywhere. Not because life is always dangerous, but because the nervous system has learned that staying alert feels safer than relaxing. And after enough years of stress, disappointment, pressure, and emotional survival, the brain can become trapped in a constant scanning mode that never truly shuts off. There are people whose minds have not rested in years. Even during peaceful moments, their thoughts keep searching for something wrong, a hidden problem, a future disaster, a conversation they should replay again, a mistake they might make tomorrow, a threat nobody else even notices. The body sits in a safe room, but the mind behaves as if danger is still standing outside the door. This is one of the quietest forms of nervous system exhaustion, because from the outside, it often looks invisible. The person may seem calm, functional, responsible, but internally, their mind is running endless background checks on life every second of the day. What if something goes wrong? What if they leave? What if I fail? What if I missed something important? What if things fall apart again? And slowly the brain becomes addicted to anticipation, not happiness, not peace, anticipation. The Stoics understood something most people still struggle to understand today. The human mind suffers greatly from imagined futures. Epictetus once said that people are disturbed not by events themselves, but by the views they take of them. In other words, the nervous system is often reacting not to reality, but to mental prediction. And prediction becomes exhausting when the mind never stops rehearsing worst-case scenarios. This survival loop usually begins for a reason. Many people who constantly scan for problems were once hurt unexpectedly, betrayed suddenly, criticized harshly, humiliated publicly, abandoned emotionally, forced to grow up in unpredictable environments where emotional safety never lasted long. So the brain adapted. It learned to stay ahead of pain, to analyze every detail, to read people carefully, to over-prepare emotionally before anything bad could happen again. At first, this survival strategy feels useful. The person becomes observant, responsible, hyper-aware. But over time, the nervous system pays a heavy price for permanent vigilance. Because the body cannot remain in a constant state of alert without consequences, the stress hormones continue circulating. The muscles stay tense. Sleep becomes shallow. The mind struggles to stay present. Even joy becomes difficult because the brain immediately starts looking for what could ruin it. This is why some people cannot fully enjoy good moments. The survival brain interrupts peace with caution. A compliment becomes suspicious. A healthy relationship feels unfamiliar. A calm season creates anxiety instead of relief, because the subconscious mind begins believing that safety is temporary. So instead of relaxing into good moments, it prepares for their ending. And modern life quietly feeds this mental habit every single day. News headlines designed to trigger fear. Social media teaching comparison and insecurity. Constant notifications training the brain to expect interruption. Endless information overwhelming the nervous system faster than it can recover. The human brain was never designed to absorb this much emotional stimulation continuously, and eventually the nervous system stops distinguishing between actual emergencies and psychological noise. A delayed text message feels threatening. A minor mistake feels catastrophic. A simple uncertainty feels unbearable. The subconscious mind keeps asking the same question over and over. What do I need to prepare for next? And perhaps the saddest part is this. Many people become so used to mental scanning that they mistake it for intelligence. They believe overthinking means responsibility. They believe worrying means control. They believe constant analysis prevents pain. But the Stoics warned against this trap long ago. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return to the present moment, because he understood that the mind easily drifts into imagined suffering. He knew that fear multiplies itself when fed continuously by attention. A mind obsessed with future danger eventually loses the ability to experience present peace, and the nervous system becomes inflamed by stress that has not even happened. This is why mentally exhausted people often struggle with stillness. The moment silence appears, the scanning begins. The brain searches for unfinished problems, unresolved conversations, possible rejection, future failure. The nervous system has become so trained for danger that calm feels unproductive. But healing begins when a person realizes something powerful. Not every thought is a warning. Not every fear is wisdom. Not every anxious prediction deserves belief. Sometimes the mind is simply repeating an old survival program that no longer matches present reality. This does not mean becoming careless. It means learning the difference between awareness and obsession. A calm mind can still be responsible. A peaceful person can still be prepared. The Stoics practiced mental discipline not to eliminate thought, but to stop becoming prisoners of unnecessary fear. And one of the most important nervous system resets begins here. Teaching the brain that it does not need to monitor life every second in order to survive it. That lesson takes time, because the nervous system learns through repetition. Slow breathing teaches safety. Presence teaches safety. Silence teaches safety. Moments without stimulation teach safety. And little by little, the subconscious mind begins loosening its grip on constant prediction. The body starts realizing that peace is not dangerous, that rest is not irresponsibility, and that life does not need to be controlled every moment to be survived. Because eventually, the deepest form of healing is not becoming fearless. It is finally becoming tired of living as if fear must always stay in control. And when the mind spends years scanning for danger, another problem quietly begins growing underneath it all. The inner world becomes loud, not loud with sound, but loud with thoughts. Constant thoughts, constant stimulation, constant emotional movement that never fully settles. And after a while, many people no longer remember what mental silence even feels like. There are people who wake up exhausted before the day even begins because their mind never truly stopped during the night. Their body rested for a few hours, but internally the noise kept running. Thoughts about the future, thoughts about the past, things left unsaid, things left undone, tiny worries multiplying into larger fears. The brain moving so fast that peace starts feeling unreachable. This is the trauma of constant mental noise, a kind of invisible overstimulation that slowly drains emotional energy without most people realizing it. Because mental exhaustion does not always feel dramatic. Sometimes it simply feels like never fully arriving anywhere internally. You sit down to relax, but your thoughts keep moving. You try to sleep, but your mind begins replaying conversations. You try to enjoy a quiet moment, but the brain immediately fills the silence with analysis, planning, fear, or distraction. And slowly, inner clarity disappears beneath endless mental clutter. The Stoics believed that the quality of your life depends heavily on the quality of your thoughts. But modern life floods the mind with more stimulation in a single day than many people centuries ago experienced in weeks. The nervous system never gets time to recover. Phones vibrating constantly, information arriving endlessly, people demanding attention, videos, messages, notifications, news, comparison, pressure, opinions, noise. So much noise that many people become afraid of silence itself. And that is where the deeper problem begins. Because silence reveals what distraction hides. The moment the external noise stops, the internal noise becomes impossible to ignore. This is why some people cannot sit quietly without reaching for their phone within seconds. It is not always addiction to technology itself. Sometimes it is discomfort with being alone with unresolved thoughts. The overstimulated mind fears stillness because stillness exposes exhaustion. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about withdrawing into the inner self and creating internal order. He understood that clarity cannot exist inside constant chaos. A mind overloaded with stimulation loses its ability to think deeply, observe calmly, or feel fully present. And over time, the consequences begin appearing quietly. Difficulty concentrating, mental fog, emotional numbness, forgetfulness, restlessness, irritation over small things, an inability to fully enjoy peaceful moments. The nervous system becomes so overstimulated that even normal life starts feeling emotionally heavy. And one of the strangest parts is this. People often continue adding more stimulation to fix the exhaustion caused by stimulation itself. They feel anxious, so they scroll. They feel empty, so they consume more content. They feel restless, so they distract themselves further. But the mind was never designed to absorb endless input without silence to process it. A river becomes polluted when water never has time to settle. The same thing happens inside the human mind. Without stillness, thoughts begin crashing into each other endlessly. Emotional clarity disappears beneath constant mental movement. A person starts reacting automatically instead of consciously. And eventually they stop hearing their own inner voice beneath all the noise. The Stoics warned against becoming controlled by external chaos because they understood something timeless. A distracted mind becomes emotionally fragile. When attention is constantly pulled outward, inner stability weakens. This is why overstimulation creates emotional confusion. A person loses connection with what they truly feel. They become reactive instead of reflective. Their nervous system remains inflamed because the brain never fully enters recovery mode. Even moments meant for rest become mentally crowded. A quiet dinner includes scrolling. A walk includes notifications. Rest includes background noise. The mind becomes conditioned to fear emptiness. But emptiness is often where healing begins. Not emptiness as loneliness, emptiness as space. Space to breathe, space to process emotions. Space to hear your own thoughts clearly again. Many people have not experienced true mental stillness in years. Their nervous system has become so accustomed to constant stimulation that silence initially feels uncomfortable, almost threatening. But that discomfort is not failure, it is withdrawal from noise. And underneath that noise, something important slowly begins returning. Clarity. The kind of clarity that allows you to think slowly again, feel deeply again, notice beauty again, respond instead of react. The Stoics practiced intentional silence because they understood that wisdom grows in stillness, not mental chaos. Epictetus taught that a person should learn to pause before immediately obeying every impulse or thought. That pause changes the nervous system, because healing often begins not by adding more, but by reducing what overwhelms the mind in the first place. Less noise, less stimulation, less emotional clutter, less constant consumption. And little by little, the nervous system starts calming down. The thoughts slow, the breathing deepens, the body unclenches. And for the first time in a long time, a person begins realizing how overwhelmed they truly were. Not because they were weak, but because no human being was designed to live with endless mental input every waking hour. Inner peace does not arrive all at once. It returns quietly. In moments where the mind no longer feels crowded, in moments where silence stops feeling empty, in moments where the nervous system finally realizes it no longer has to compete with constant noise just to exist. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of healing in modern life. Learning how to hear yourself again beneath the overstimulation of the world. And after years of constant mental noise, the nervous system begins carrying another invisible burden that many people never fully recognize. The body starts living as if the emergency never ended. Even when life becomes quieter, the nervous system stays prepared for impact. This is the hidden emotional cost of permanent alert mode, a state where the body no longer knows how to fully stand down from survival. There are people sitting safely in their homes right now whose nervous systems still behave as if danger is nearby. Their muscles stay tense without realizing it. Their breathing remains shallow. Their thoughts keep anticipating problems. Their body reacts to small stress as if it were a major threat. Not because they are dramatic, not because they are weak, but because the nervous system remembers what the mind tries to move past. The body learns through repetition, and when a person spends years dealing with stress, criticism, emotional instability, betrayal, pressure, fear, or unpredictability, the nervous system slowly adapts to that environment. It begins preparing for survival automatically. At first, this response protects you. Hyper-awareness helps you avoid pain. Emotional caution helps you stay guarded. Constant alertness helps you stay prepared. But eventually, survival mode stops being temporary and becomes a lifestyle. And that is when exhaustion begins spreading through every part of life. Because the body was never designed to carry emergency energy forever. The Stoics understood that fear becomes dangerous when it controls the mind continuously. Seneca once wrote that many people suffer more often in fear than in reality itself. And when fear becomes chronic, the nervous system begins reacting to life itself as if it were unsafe. This changes how a person experiences the world. Rest feels unnatural. Unexpected phone calls create anxiety. Silence feels uncomfortable. A delayed response feels threatening. Conflict feels unbearable. Even peaceful moments feel fragile, as if something bad might interrupt them at any second. The nervous system becomes trapped in anticipation. And one of the hardest parts is that people often become so accustomed to this state. They stop noticing how tense they truly are. They think it is normal to feel constantly on edge, normal to struggle relaxing, normal to wake up tired, normal to overreact emotionally to small things. But underneath all of it, the body is quietly carrying the chemistry of survival every single day. Stress hormones remain elevated, the heart works harder, sleep becomes lighter, digestion weakens, the immune system becomes strained, the nervous system stays activated far longer than it was ever meant to, and the emotional effects slowly spread into relationships too. People living in permanent alert mode often struggle to feel fully emotionally safe with others. They may overanalyze conversations, misread neutral situations as rejection, pull away emotionally before others can hurt them, or become easily overwhelmed by normal relationship tension, not because they do not care, but because their nervous system has learned to associate uncertainty with danger. This is why some people constantly feel emotionally guarded even around people they love. Their body is trying to protect them from pain that may not even exist in the present moment. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return to what is happening now instead of becoming consumed by imagined danger. He understood that the mind can imprison itself inside future fear until the body forgets how to experience peace. And modern life intensifies this problem constantly. People wake up and immediately consume stress. News, emails, pressure, comparison, deadlines, arguments online, fear-driven information. The nervous system barely has time to recover before being flooded again. So the body stays prepared, always prepared. Prepared for criticism, prepared for disappointment, prepared for failure, prepared for emotional pain, and eventually, many people stop feeling alive. They simply feel alert. That is the tragedy of permanent survival mode. A person can continue functioning externally while internally never feeling truly safe enough to rest emotionally. And this creates a deep form of loneliness too. Because when someone has spent years protecting themselves psychologically, vulnerability starts feeling dangerous. The nervous system becomes suspicious of softness. Kindness feels unfamiliar. Peace feels temporary. The body begins expecting life to hurt again. But the Stoics believed something powerful. External chaos is unavoidable. Internal slavery to fear is not. That does not mean pretending pain does not exist. It means slowly teaching the nervous system that not every moment requires defense. Not every silence hides danger. Not every uncertainty ends in disaster. Not every difficult memory needs to control the present. Healing begins through repetition, slow moments, safe moments, quiet moments where the body experiences calm without interruption. A deep breath held a little longer, a walk without stimulation, a conversation where you do not need to defend yourself, a moment where the shoulders soften without force. These small experiences begin retraining the nervous system away from constant emergency, and at first this can feel strange, because a body addicted to alertness often mistakes peace for vulnerability. But over time, something beautiful starts happening. The body slowly realizes it no longer has to fight every second to survive life. The chest loosens, the thoughts slow down, sleep deepens, presence returns, and for the first time in a long time, the nervous system experiences something it forgot was possible: safety without needing to earn it first. That is the deeper healing many people are truly searching for. Not perfect control over life, not endless productivity, not constant emotional strength, but the ability to exist without feeling like danger is always about to arrive, because eventually the body grows tired of surviving moments that are no longer happening, and the soul begins longing for something simpler, a life where peace no longer feels unfamiliar. And when the body spends years trapped in permanent alert mode, something else quietly begins happening beneath the surface. Stress stops moving through you naturally. It stays inside the muscles, inside the thoughts, inside the nervous system itself. Many people believe stress disappears once the difficult moment ends, but the body does not always let go that easily. Some experiences never fully complete themselves emotionally. The argument ends, but the tension remains. The painful season passes, but the nervous system keeps reliving it. Life moves forward externally, while internally the body stays frozen in unfinished survival responses. This is what trapped stress feels like. Not loud, not obvious, but constantly present underneath everyday life. A person may think they have moved on from something because years have passed, yet their body still reacts as if the experience is happening right now. Their chest tightens around similar situations. Their mind becomes defensive without warning. Their nervous system activates before logic even has time to respond. Because unfinished stress does not disappear simply because time passes. The body remembers what the conscious mind tries to forget. The Stoics understood that emotional suffering grows when experiences are resisted, denied, or mentally replayed without resolution. They believed that wisdom comes not from avoiding pain, but from learning how to process it without allowing it to poison the inner world permanently. But modern life rarely teaches people how to complete emotional cycles. Instead, most people are taught to keep going, stay productive, stay composed, stay useful, push through, so stress accumulates silently. A difficult conversation gets buried beneath work. Grief gets hidden beneath responsibilities. Fear gets masked with distraction, and the nervous system never receives the signal that the danger has actually ended. This creates a strange kind of exhaustion. Not only mental exhaustion, biological exhaustion. The body continues carrying stress energy that was never fully released. That is why some people feel emotionally heavy for no obvious reason. Why they become drained by small things. Why certain sounds, words, or situations trigger reactions far bigger than the present moment. The nervous system is not only reacting to now, it is reacting to unfinished emotional history. Sometimes trapped stress appears physically. Tight shoulders that never fully relax, jaw clenching during sleep, constant stomach tension, headaches, shallow breathing, fatigue that rest does not completely fix. The body often becomes the storage room for emotions that were never processed safely. And one of the hardest truths is this: many people do not even realize how much stress they are carrying because they adapted to it long ago. They became functional inside dysfunction. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to examine his inner state honestly instead of being controlled unconsciously by emotion. He understood that unresolved internal chaos quietly shapes behavior, thoughts, and perception. A person who never reflects inwardly can spend years reacting automatically to pain they no longer fully understand. This is why emotional cycles must eventually complete themselves. The nervous system needs closure. Not always external closure from other people, but internal closure, the kind that comes from finally allowing the body to acknowledge, that hurt me, that exhausted me, that frightened me, that changed me. There is deep healing in honest recognition, because trapped stress survives through avoidance. The moment emotions are fully observed without resistance, the nervous system begins loosening its grip little by little. The Stoics practiced emotional awareness differently than many people assume. They did not encourage emotional repression. They encouraged emotional mastery through observation, seeing clearly without becoming consumed blindly. That distinction matters deeply because suppressed emotion stays trapped. Observed emotion slowly moves. This is why stillness can feel emotional at first. The moment external distractions disappear, unfinished feelings begin surfacing. Sadness, fear, anger, grief, exhaustion long buried underneath survival habits. Many people mistake this emotional surfacing for failure, but often it is the nervous system finally trying to complete what was interrupted long ago. Healing sometimes looks like allowing the body to feel what it was once forced to suppress. A deep exhale after years of tension, tears that arrive unexpectedly, a quiet realization of how overwhelmed you truly were, moments where the body finally stops pretending it is unaffected. These are not signs of weakness. They are signs that the nervous system is trying to release survival energy that no longer needs to stay trapped inside. And one of the most powerful Stoic practices for this process is presence, not distraction, not over-analysis. Presence. Returning attention gently to the current moment teaches the nervous system that the emergency is no longer happening now. Slow breathing helps interrupt survival patterns. Silence helps buried emotions rise safely instead of staying hidden beneath endless stimulation. Even simple rituals matter. Walking slowly without rushing, sitting quietly for a few minutes without reaching for a screen, writing honestly about what the mind keeps carrying, allowing the body to soften instead of constantly bracing. These moments may appear small externally, but internally they teach the nervous system something life-changing. The danger has passed. And slowly, trapped stress begins releasing layer by layer. Not all at once, not dramatically, but gradually. The body starts unclenching. The thoughts lose intensity. The emotional reactions soften. Energy begins returning in ways that feel unfamiliar at first. Because a nervous system that spent years carrying unfinished stress often forgets what lightness feels like. The Stoics believed peace is not created by controlling everything outside yourself. Peace begins when the inner world no longer remains chained to unresolved suffering. And perhaps that is what so many exhausted people are truly longing for deep down. Not escape from life, not perfect circumstances, but the ability to finally stop carrying emotional battles that ended years ago. Because eventually, the nervous system reaches a point where it no longer wants more stimulation, more pressure, or more survival. It simply wants permission to finish healing what was never allowed to rest. And when unfinished stress keeps accumulating inside the nervous system, something dangerous begins happening very quietly. A person can continue functioning perfectly on the outside while slowly collapsing inside themselves. This is the silent burnout nobody sees. The exhaustion hidden behind responsibility, behind productivity, behind competence, behind the people everyone describes as strong. Some of the most emotionally overwhelmed people are the ones who appear the most put together. They meet deadlines. They answer messages. They help everyone else. They keep showing up no matter how tired they are. And because they continue functioning, nobody realizes how close they are to emotional collapse internally. That is the strange thing about high-functioning burnout. It rarely looks dramatic in the beginning. It looks responsible, disciplined, reliable, successful even. But underneath all that performance, the nervous system is carrying more pressure than it was ever designed to hold continuously. The Stoics believed discipline was important, but they also understood the danger of becoming enslaved by endless external demands. A person who never pauses to care for the inner world eventually becomes emotionally disconnected from themselves. And many high-functioning people live exactly this way. They become so focused on surviving life efficiently that they stop noticing their own emotional condition completely. They ignore exhaustion, ignore stress, ignore sadness, ignore loneliness, ignore the body's signals over and over until the nervous system finally begins forcing their attention. Not because the body is weak, but because it can only carry overload for so long before something begins shutting down internally. This burnout often starts invisibly. The person feels emotionally numb more often. Small tasks suddenly feel overwhelming. Their patience shortens. Sleep no longer restores them properly. Joy feels distant. Conversations feel draining. The body keeps functioning, but the soul quietly loses energy. And one of the hardest parts is this. High-functioning people are often praised for the very behaviors destroying them. People admire how much they can handle, how dependable they are, how calm they seem under pressure. But very few ask what it costs them internally to maintain that image every day. Many people learned early in life that their value came from usefulness, being helpful, being productive, being emotionally controlled, being the responsible one. So they built an identity around endurance, and over time they stopped feeling safe enough to slow down. Rest began feeling guilty. Stillness felt unproductive. Saying, "I'm overwhelmed," felt uncomfortable. So they kept pushing forward while the nervous system quietly absorbed the damage underneath. Marcus Aurelius warned himself often not to become consumed by endless activity without inner awareness. He understood that external achievement means very little if the mind itself becomes exhausted, bitter, or emotionally fractured in the process. But modern life rewards burnout constantly. People are praised for overworking, praised for sacrificing sleep, praised for always being available, praised for ignoring their own emotional needs to keep performing. And eventually, many people no longer know the difference between ambition and self-destruction. The nervous system keeps adapting temporarily, until one day it cannot anymore. And what makes silent burnout so painful is that it often happens privately. The person breaks down alone, in silence, at night. During quiet moments nobody witnesses. They continue smiling publicly, while internally feeling emotionally detached from life itself. Sometimes burnout does not even feel emotional at first. It feels physical, heavy fatigue, brain fog, random anxiety, difficulty concentrating, feeling emotionally flat, a deep sense of emptiness after accomplishing things that once felt meaningful. The nervous system eventually becomes too depleted to maintain the performance comfortably, and high-functioning people often ignore these signs longer than others because they are so used to overriding discomfort. That becomes the trap. The ability to endure pain makes them slower to recognize damage. The Stoics taught resilience, yes, but they also taught self-awareness. They believed wisdom comes from observing yourself honestly, not endlessly forcing yourself beyond your limits. True strength is not destroying yourself quietly while appearing composed. True strength is recognizing when the nervous system needs recovery before collapse arrives completely. Because eventually the body always asks for repayment, not out of punishment, out of biology. No human being can remain emotionally overloaded forever without consequences. And many people carrying silent burnout are not weak people at all. They are often deeply caring people. People who tried to carry too much for too long. People who became emotionally responsible for everyone else while abandoning themselves slowly in the process. People whose nervous systems became exhausted from constant emotional labor nobody noticed. And one of the saddest truths is that these people often feel guilty for resting, guilty for slowing down, guilty for needing space. as if their worth only exists when they are constantly producing, helping, fixing, or performing. But the nervous system does not heal through guilt. It heals through recovery, through emotional honesty, through allowing the body to stop fighting for survival every second of the day. Sometimes the deepest healing begins with something very simple, admitting you are tired in ways sleep alone cannot fix. Admitting that constantly handling everything has a cost. Admitting that your inner world deserves attention too. Because burnout is not always caused by doing too little. Often it is caused by carrying too much without emotional restoration. And slowly, the nervous system begins recovering when life no longer feels like an endless performance. When silence returns, when pressure decreases, when the body no longer feels forced to prove its worth through exhaustion. That is when something beautiful starts happening. The mind softens, the body unclenches, energy begins returning naturally instead of through force, and a person finally realizes how long they were surviving instead of truly living. Because sometimes the people who look the strongest externally are the ones who needed rest the most all along, and after years of silent burnout, many people begin noticing another strange feeling they cannot fully explain. They never truly relax around other people. Even in normal conversations, part of the nervous system stays alert, monitoring reactions, choosing words carefully, adjusting behavior constantly, trying not to disappoint anyone, trying not to appear awkward, difficult, emotional, weak, or too much. And over time, this constant social self-monitoring becomes exhausting in ways most people never recognize, because the body cannot fully heal while it still feels emotionally watched all the time. There are people who have spent so many years performing versions of themselves for others. They no longer know how to exist naturally without managing impressions constantly. They smile when tired, say yes when overwhelmed, act calm when anxious, act strong when emotionally drained. And slowly, the nervous system begins carrying the pressure of permanent social performance. The Stoics often spoke about freedom from external approval, not because human connection is unimportant, but because dependence on constant validation creates inner instability. A person who builds peace entirely around how others react will rarely feel emotionally safe. And modern life intensifies this pressure endlessly. People feel observed constantly, online, at work, in relationships, even during rest. There is always another expectation to meet, another image to maintain, another version of yourself being presented outwardly. So the nervous system never fully stops performing, and this creates deep emotional fatigue, because social performance requires energy. Monitoring facial expressions, managing tone, avoiding conflict, trying not to upset anyone, trying to appear normal even when struggling internally. The body stays tense because the mind keeps asking, how am I being perceived right now? For people who became chronic people pleasers, this burden becomes even heavier. Many learned early in life that emotional safety depended on keeping others comfortable. Maybe love felt conditional. Maybe conflict felt dangerous. Maybe being accepted required becoming emotionally useful, agreeable, or invisible, so the nervous system adapted. It learned to prioritize everyone else's emotional state first, to read rooms carefully, to anticipate reactions, to avoid disapproval before it even happened. And while this may create temporary harmony externally, internally, it creates chronic tension. Because a person constantly shaping themselves around others eventually loses connection with their own emotional truth. The body carries this confusion deeply. A nervous system trapped in people-pleasing rarely feels safe enough to fully rest. Even calm moments become performances, saying the right thing, responding correctly, avoiding judgment, trying not to disappoint anyone. And eventually, emotional exhaustion becomes constant. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that other people's opinions could not control his inner peace unless he allowed them to. He understood something many people struggle to accept. Constantly seeking approval quietly imprisons the nervous system. Because approval is unstable, it changes constantly, and a mind dependent on it never fully relaxes. This is why emotionally exhausted people often feel drained after social interaction, even when nothing bad happened. Their nervous system spent the entire interaction managing perception instead of simply existing naturally. That level of internal monitoring consumes enormous emotional energy, and over time, the body begins showing signs of overload, tension during conversations, overthinking after social situations, difficulty saying no, feeling guilty for setting boundaries, anxiety when disappointing others, feeling emotionally responsible for everyone's comfort. The nervous system becomes trapped in emotional hyper-awareness, and one of the saddest parts is this: many people no longer even realize they are performing. It feels automatic. They become the easygoing one, the strong one, the helpful one, the understanding one. But underneath all those roles, there is often a nervous system quietly starving for authenticity and rest. Because healing requires safety, and true safety cannot exist while constantly hiding yourself emotionally. The Stoics did not teach emotional coldness. They taught inner steadiness, the ability to remain grounded without becoming controlled by fear, praise, rejection, or social pressure. That kind of freedom calms the nervous system deeply, because the body finally stops treating every interaction like emotional survival. A person begins breathing differently when they no longer feel forced to earn belonging constantly. They stop over-explaining themselves, stop apologizing for existing, stop shaping every word around fear of judgment. And slowly, the nervous system realizes something life-changing. It is safe to exist without performing all the time. This does not mean becoming careless or unkind. It means becoming honest. Honest about your limits, honest about your emotions, honest about when you need rest. Because people-pleasing often hides a deep fear underneath. If I stop performing correctly, I may lose love, acceptance, or connection. But living permanently in performance mode slowly disconnects a person from themselves, and the body feels that disconnection constantly. Healing begins when you allow yourself small moments of emotional authenticity. Saying no without panic, remaining silent without needing to explain, allowing pauses in conversation without rushing to fill them, being present without managing every impression. These moments teach the nervous system that safety does not require constant performance anymore. And at first, this can feel uncomfortable, because the body became trained to associate approval with survival. But little by little, emotional freedom begins returning. The shoulders soften, conversations feel lighter, the mind stops replaying every interaction endlessly, and for the first time in a long time, social connection starts feeling nourishing instead of exhausting. Because perhaps one of the deepest forms of nervous system healing is this: finally realizing you were never meant to spend your entire life auditioning for acceptance, and after years of performing for the comfort of others, the mind slowly develops another exhausting habit that follows people everywhere they go. They begin watching themselves constantly, not in a healthy, self-aware way, but in a fearful way, a tense way, a way that turns every interaction into internal surveillance. Every word becomes analyzed, every facial expression gets questioned, every silence feels dangerous, and without realizing it, the nervous system becomes trapped inside constant self-monitoring. There are people who cannot fully relax even while doing simple things, because part of their mind is always observing themselves from the outside. How do I sound right now? Did that seem awkward? Did I say too much? Do they think I'm annoying? Did I make a mistake? The body stays tense because the brain never stops evaluating every action in real time, and over time, this internal pressure becomes emotionally exhausting, because a person cannot feel calm while constantly treating themselves like a problem to manage. The Stoics believed that much human suffering comes from becoming overly attached to external perception. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when a person stops allowing outside opinions to control their inner state. But self-monitoring keeps the nervous system emotionally chained to imagined judgment. The mind becomes divided against itself, one part trying to live, the other part constantly observing, correcting, criticizing, and controlling. This creates a deep form of internal tension, because natural human presence disappears under excessive self-awareness. The person stops simply existing. They begin performing every moment carefully instead. This pattern often begins early in life. Some people grew up around criticism. Others learned that mistakes led to embarrassment, rejection, punishment, or emotional withdrawal. Some became hyper-aware because they had to predict unstable environments emotionally. So the nervous system adapted. It became highly observant, highly cautious, highly self-conscious. At first, this helped them survive socially. But over time, survival turned into imprisonment. The mind never stopped scanning itself for flaws. And one of the most painful parts is that people trapped in constant self-monitoring often appear perfectly normal externally, while internally feeling emotionally exhausted after even small interactions. A simple conversation can replay in their mind for hours afterward, not because they are weak, but because the nervous system stayed activated the entire time. Their body never experienced the interaction as safe enough to relax fully. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become consumed by how he appeared to others. He understood that a mind obsessed with constant external perception loses connection with inner steadiness. A person cannot experience peace while endlessly editing themselves internally, and modern life intensifies this problem constantly. Social media teaches people to observe themselves endlessly, how they look, how they sound, how they compare, how they are perceived. The human mind was never designed to experience this level of psychological exposure continuously, so people become trapped in performance awareness. Even alone, they continue mentally rehearsing conversations, correcting imaginary mistakes, and predicting future judgment. The nervous system never fully powers down, and eventually the body begins carrying the cost physically. Tight shoulders, jaw tension, shallow breathing, social exhaustion, difficulty being spontaneous, constant mental fatigue. A person becomes emotionally tired not from life itself, but from the effort of controlling themselves every second. This is why overthinking creates such deep nervous system strain, because the body interprets constant self-correction as danger. The subconscious mind keeps receiving the message, be careful, do not mess up, stay alert, do not embarrass yourself. And eventually, the nervous system begins treating ordinary life like a stage where failure must constantly be avoided. But the Stoics believed peace begins when a person stops fighting themselves internally all the time. Not perfection, not flawless performance. Peace, a calm relationship with your own humanity. The ability to exist without constantly monitoring every thought, word, movement, or reaction. And that kind of freedom changes the body deeply. Because healing begins when the nervous system no longer feels trapped inside non-stop self-surveillance. A person starts breathing more naturally, thinking more clearly, responding more honestly. They stop replaying every interaction endlessly. They stop needing every moment to be socially perfect, and slowly, life begins feeling lighter again. This does not mean becoming careless about your actions. It means no longer treating yourself like an enemy under investigation. There is a major difference. Self-awareness helps growth. Self-monitoring driven by fear creates tension. One brings clarity, the other creates exhaustion, and many people have spent so long overanalyzing themselves that they forgot what it feels like to simply be present without judgment, to laugh naturally, to speak without rehearsing, to exist without mentally grading every behavior afterward. But the nervous system heals through experiences of safety, not constant correction. This is why moments of true emotional presence feel so healing. Conversations where you stop calculating every word. Quiet moments where you stop trying to fix yourself mentally. Spaces where you no longer feel observed psychologically. These experiences slowly teach the body that existence itself is not a performance, and over time the mind softens its grip. The internal critic quiets, the body unclenches, presence returns, not because life became perfect, but because the nervous system finally stopped treating every moment like a test it could fail. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of emotional freedom a human being can experience. No longer needing to monitor yourself constantly just to feel worthy of existing. And after years of constantly monitoring yourself, overthinking every move, and preparing emotionally for things to go wrong, the nervous system begins carrying memories the conscious mind no longer fully notices. Not memories stored as clear thoughts alone, but memories stored as reactions, as tension, as emotional reflexes inside the body itself. And this is where many people become confused about their own healing. Because even when life finally becomes peaceful, their body still reacts as if chaos is about to return. There are people who prayed for calm seasons in life, only to feel strangely uncomfortable once those calm seasons finally arrived. No crisis, no conflict, no emergency. Yet something inside them still feels unsettled, almost suspicious, as if peace itself cannot be trusted. This is the nervous system memory of past chaos. The body remembering environments it survived for so long that instability began feeling normal. The Stoics understood that repeated experiences shape the inner world deeply. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about how the mind becomes conditioned by what it repeatedly practices, and the nervous system works the same way. If chaos was repeated long enough, the body adapts to chaos. It learns unpredictability. It learns tension. It learns emotional guarding. And eventually, calm starts feeling unfamiliar instead of comforting. This happens more often than people realize. A person who spent years in emotionally unstable environments may struggle to fully relax in healthy relationships. Someone who lived under constant pressure may feel restless during periods of rest. A person raised around criticism may become uncomfortable around kindness, not because peace is bad, but because the nervous system has not fully learned how to trust it yet. The body always learns from repetition. If your nervous system spent years expecting sudden stress, emotional disappointment, conflict, or instability, it begins preparing for those experiences automatically. Even after life changes externally, the internal survival patterns may continue running quietly underneath. That is why some people sabotage peaceful moments without understanding why. Why they create unnecessary worry during calm seasons, why they overanalyze healthy situations, why they feel emotionally uneasy when nothing is wrong. The nervous system becomes addicted not only to stress, but to familiarity. And sometimes familiarity hurts. There are people whose bodies feel more emotionally comfortable inside chaos than inside stillness, because chaos was what they learned to survive earliest. This creates a painful contradiction. They deeply crave peace. But when peace finally appears, the nervous system struggles to settle into it. The body keeps waiting for the next disruption, the next argument, the next disappointment, the next emotional storm, and this waiting creates quiet tension, even during beautiful moments. The Stoics believed that true inner peace requires retraining the mind, not simply changing external conditions. A person can move into a safer environment while still carrying an unsafe nervous system internally. That is why healing takes time. The body does not instantly forget years of emotional conditioning. It learns safety gradually, slowly, through repeated calm experiences. Many people become frustrated with themselves during this process. They ask, "Why am I still anxious? Why can't I just relax? Why does peace feel uncomfortable?" But these reactions are not proof of failure. They are proof that the nervous system spent a long time adapting to survival. And survival patterns do not disappear overnight. The body remembers emotionally, even when the conscious mind wants to move on quickly. Sometimes this memory appears physically, feeling tense during silence, difficulty sleeping during calm seasons, feeling emotionally overwhelmed by stability itself, a strange urge to stay busy all the time, discomfort when things finally slow down, because stillness gives the nervous system less distraction from what it has been carrying internally. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly to remain grounded in the present moment instead of becoming controlled by old emotional reactions. He understood that the mind can continue replaying ancient fears long after reality changes, and many nervous systems live exactly this way. The body reacts to current peace using old survival information. A calm room still feels emotionally unsafe because the nervous system remembers years of unpredictability. This is why healing often feels less dramatic than people expect. It is not about becoming a completely different person overnight. It is about teaching the body, slowly and repeatedly, that danger is no longer constant, that softness can exist safely, that calm moments do not always lead to pain, and this teaching happens through small experiences. Sitting quietly without forcing distraction, allowing yourself to rest without guilt, remaining present during peaceful moments instead of waiting for disaster mentally, letting your breathing slow naturally, staying connected to calm long enough for the nervous system to realize nothing bad is happening right now. At first, the body may resist this. A nervous system trained by chaos often becomes uncomfortable inside stillness because stillness feels emotionally unfamiliar. But over time, something beautiful begins happening. The body slowly stops expecting interruption constantly. The muscles relax more easily. Sleep becomes softer. Joy feels safer to experience. Presence lasts longer. And peace begins feeling less like a temporary accident and more like something the nervous system can finally trust. This is one of the deepest forms of emotional healing. Not forcing yourself to move on, not pretending the past never affected you, but patiently teaching your nervous system that life no longer has to feel like constant survival. Because eventually, the body grows tired of preparing for storms that are no longer arriving. And little by little, it begins learning how to live somewhere it once thought impossible, inside calm. And when the nervous system spends years reacting to peace as if it were unfamiliar territory, another painful pattern quietly begins taking control of a person's life. They stop allowing themselves to truly rest, not just physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Even during moments of stillness, something inside them keeps fighting thoughts, fighting pressure, fighting guilt, fighting themselves. And over time, this constant inner resistance becomes a form of invisible violence directed inward every single day. There are people who do not know how to sit down without feeling guilty, who cannot relax without feeling lazy, who cannot rest without hearing an internal voice whispering, "You should be doing more. You are falling behind. You cannot stop now." And because this pressure becomes normal over time, they rarely recognize how deeply exhausting it truly is. The nervous system never receives permission to fully power down. The body rests physically for a few hours, but internally the battle continues. Thoughts racing, worries repeating, pressure rebuilding itself endlessly. The Stoics believed that much suffering comes not from life itself, but from the unnecessary wars we continue fighting inside our own minds. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become enslaved by endless mental struggle. He understood that a human being can become trapped in conflict even when no external enemy exists. And many people live exactly this way. They wake up already tense, already preparing, already carrying invisible emotional weight before the day even begins. Not because they are weak, but because the nervous system learned that survival means constant effort. For some people, this pattern began in childhood. Rest may have been associated with criticism. Slowing down may have felt unsafe. Maybe love was earned through productivity, achievement, or usefulness. So the nervous system adapted. It learned to stay active constantly, to stay mentally alert, to keep proving value through effort. And eventually, exhaustion became an identity. The person no longer asks themselves what they truly need emotionally. They only ask, what still needs to be done? This creates a deep separation from the self. Because human beings were never designed to exist in non-stop emotional combat with themselves. The body eventually begins carrying the consequences. Chronic fatigue, anxiety during rest, difficulty sleeping deeply, feeling emotionally numb, irritation without clear reason, a constant sense of internal pressure that never fully leaves. The nervous system becomes trapped inside endless self-demand. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people are praised for this behavior, praised for working constantly, praised for always pushing through, praised for never stopping. But internally, the nervous system quietly breaks beneath the pressure of permanent self-resistance. This is why some people feel deeply uncomfortable during quiet moments. The moment activity stops, unresolved tension rises to the surface. Without distraction, they begin noticing how tired they truly are. And rather than sitting with that exhaustion compassionately, they immediately try to outrun it again. More work, more stimulation, more productivity, more pressure. Because slowing down forces them to feel the battles they have been carrying internally for years. The Stoics taught discipline, yes. But discipline was never meant to become self-punishment. True Stoicism is not emotional self-destruction disguised as strength. It is learning how to remain steady without becoming cruel toward yourself internally. That distinction changes everything, because many people are not only tired from life, they are tired from fighting themselves constantly, fighting emotions, fighting uncertainty, fighting vulnerability, fighting the fear of not being enough. And the nervous system absorbs every one of those invisible battles. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind becomes shaped by the thoughts it repeatedly entertains. A mind constantly filled with pressure, criticism, and internal warfare eventually creates a body that no longer knows how to feel safe resting. This is why healing requires more than sleep alone. The nervous system needs emotional permission to stop fighting for survival all the time. Permission to exist without constantly proving worth. permission to pause without guilt, permission to rest before complete collapse arrives. And for many people, this feels strangely uncomfortable at first, because their identity became attached to endurance. If they stop pushing, who are they? If they stop performing strength constantly, will they still feel valuable? These fears run deep inside the nervous system. But eventually, something important must be understood. Rest is not weakness. Stillness is not failure. Slowing down is not giving up. In fact, some of the deepest strength a person can develop is the ability to stop attacking themselves internally every moment of the day. Healing begins through softer moments. Moments where the body is no longer treated like a machine. Moments where the mind is no longer screamed at internally for being tired. Moments where you stop demanding impossible perfection from yourself constantly. These moments retrain the nervous system slowly. The breathing deepens, the chest softens, the thoughts lose some of their aggression, and for the first time in a long time, the body begins experiencing something unfamiliar. Rest without fear. The Stoics believed that peace is not found through controlling every external outcome. Peace begins when the inner world no longer lives in permanent war against itself. And perhaps that is the deeper exhaustion so many people are carrying right now. Not only stress from life itself, but exhaustion from years of never feeling allowed to simply stop fighting. Because eventually, the soul reaches a point where it no longer wants constant pressure, endless performance, or non-stop survival. It wants gentleness. It wants quiet. It wants to finally believe that existing does not always need to feel like a battle. And after spending years fighting invisible battles internally, many people slowly become experts at one thing above all else. Pretending they are fine, they learn how to smile while emotionally exhausted, how to answer "I'm okay" automatically, how to keep functioning while silently falling apart underneath. And eventually, the nervous system begins carrying the biological cost of emotional suppression every single day. Because emotions do not disappear simply because they are hidden. The body still feels them. The nervous system still responds to them. The stress still moves through the bloodstream even when the mouth stays silent. This is the biological exhaustion of pretending to be fine. A quiet overload that builds slowly inside people who became emotionally disconnected from their own pain. There are people who have not cried in years, not because they healed, but because they became emotionally numb from carrying too much for too long. Others stay busy constantly, so they never have to feel what is underneath the surface. Some laugh while deeply lonely. Some help everyone else while secretly emotionally drowning. And because they continue functioning externally, nobody realizes how much pressure their nervous system is carrying internally. But the body always knows. The Stoics understood that avoiding emotion does not create peace. It creates internal conflict. True emotional mastery was never about pretending feelings do not exist. It was about facing them without becoming controlled by them blindly. That difference matters deeply because suppression traps emotion inside the nervous system, and trapped emotion creates tension. Not only psychological tension, physical tension too. The body begins holding emotions that never found healthy expression. Tight breathing, heavy fatigue, digestive problems, jaw clenching, chronic muscle tension, sudden emotional outbursts after long periods of silence. The nervous system absorbs every unspoken burden quietly, and many people do not even realize how much energy emotional suppression consumes. Pretending requires effort. Holding back tears requires effort. Acting calm while overwhelmed requires effort. Smiling through emotional pain requires effort. The nervous system stays activated because the body is working constantly to contain feelings that were never allowed to move naturally. This is why emotionally suppressed people often feel exhausted without understanding why. Their body has been performing emotional labor silently for years. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about observing emotions honestly instead of becoming unconsciously ruled by them. He understood that clarity comes through awareness, not denial. A person who constantly avoids emotional truth eventually becomes disconnected from themselves internally. And modern culture often rewards suppression. People are praised for staying strong, praised for never breaking down, praised for continuing to work no matter how emotionally overwhelmed they feel. But the nervous system does not interpret suppression as strength. It interprets it as unfinished stress. The body keeps waiting for emotional completion that never arrives. That is why suppressed emotion often resurfaces later in strange ways. Irritation over small things, sudden sadness without obvious cause, feeling emotionally detached, random anxiety, difficulty relaxing around others, a constant sense of internal heaviness that never fully leaves. The nervous system becomes overloaded by emotions that were repeatedly pushed beneath awareness. And one of the saddest truths is this: many emotionally suppressed people became this way because they once felt unsafe expressing emotion honestly. Maybe vulnerability was mocked. Maybe sadness was ignored. Maybe they had to become emotionally strong too early in life. So the nervous system adapted. It learned to contain everything quietly, to survive without needing comfort, to keep functioning no matter what. And while this may help a person endure difficult seasons temporarily, long-term suppression slowly disconnects them from emotional aliveness itself. The Stoics believed emotional steadiness comes from understanding emotions clearly, not becoming emotionally frozen. A calm mind is not a dead mind. A strong person is not someone who never feels deeply. In fact, emotional honesty often creates far more nervous system healing than endless emotional control, because the body relaxes when truth is finally allowed to exist safely. Sometimes healing begins with very small moments of honesty. Admitting you are tired. Admitting something hurt you. Admitting you feel overwhelmed instead of pretending everything is manageable. These moments may appear simple, but they send powerful signals to the nervous system. You no longer need to hide everything to survive. And slowly, the body begins softening. The chest loosens. Breathing deepens. Emotions stop feeling like enemies that must constantly be controlled. At first, this process can feel uncomfortable because people who spent years suppressing emotions often fear what will happen if they finally allow themselves to feel honestly. But emotions are not the real danger. Avoidance is what exhausts the nervous system over time. The body was designed to move through emotional experiences naturally, not store them endlessly beneath performance and silence. This is why crying can sometimes feel physically relieving, why honest conversations can reduce tension, why moments of emotional release often leave the body feeling lighter afterward. The nervous system experiences truth as safer than constant internal resistance. And gradually, something beautiful begins happening. A person stops performing emotional perfection constantly. They stop forcing themselves to appear unaffected. They stop treating their own feelings like weaknesses to hide. And the body finally experiences something it has been craving for years: emotional permission to exist honestly. Because eventually the nervous system becomes exhausted, not only from pain itself, but from the endless effort of pretending the pain is not there. And after years of pretending to be fine, constantly suppressing emotions just to keep functioning, many people develop another fear they rarely talk about openly. They become afraid of slowing down, not because they enjoy exhaustion, not because they truly want constant stimulation, but because silence begins exposing everything the distractions were hiding underneath. There are people who stay busy every moment of the day, not because they are productive, but because stillness feels emotionally uncomfortable. The moment life becomes quiet, the nervous system starts surfacing things they have spent years trying to outrun. Unfinished emotions, loneliness, fear, sadness, mental exhaustion, the deep realization of how overwhelmed they truly feel inside. And because these feelings rise during silence, the overstimulated mind begins treating silence itself like a threat. The Stoics believed that a person must regularly sit with themselves quietly in order to understand the inner world clearly. But modern life trains people to avoid stillness constantly. Noise everywhere, screens everywhere, information everywhere. Endless stimulation filling every empty moment. People wake up and immediately reach for their phones before even fully breathing into the day. Music plays constantly, videos run in the background, notifications interrupt thoughts every few minutes. The nervous system never truly experiences uninterrupted silence anymore, and eventually the brain forgets how to rest inside stillness. This creates a strange kind of fear, not fear of danger outside. Fear of what might surface internally once distractions disappear. Because slowing down removes escape routes, the thoughts become louder, the emotional fatigue becomes noticeable. The nervous system finally begins revealing how overloaded it truly is, and many people instinctively run from that awareness. More scrolling, more work, more stimulation, more noise. Anything to avoid sitting quietly with themselves for too long. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inwardly during chaos because he understood something deeply important. A person who cannot tolerate silence usually carries unresolved conflict inside themselves. Silence is revealing. It removes the performance, the distractions, the external stimulation, and what remains is the emotional reality the nervous system has been carrying underneath everything. This is why many overstimulated people feel anxious during peaceful moments. A quiet room feels uncomfortable. A slow evening feels unsettling. A day without constant activity creates restlessness instead of relief. Because the nervous system became addicted to movement, to stimulation, to emotional noise. And underneath that addiction is often a deeper fear. If I slow down, I might finally feel how tired I really am. That fear runs deeper than most people realize. Some people built their entire identity around staying busy. Productivity became emotional survival. Movement became protection from difficult feelings. Constant stimulation became a way to avoid emotional confrontation with themselves. And over time, the nervous system stopped associating stillness with safety. It began associating stillness with vulnerability instead. The body remains tense because silence feels emotionally unpredictable. The Stoics understood this danger well. They believed that external noise weakens inner clarity. A mind constantly flooded with stimulation loses its ability to observe calmly, think deeply, and remain emotionally grounded. And that loss of inner stillness creates enormous nervous system strain. Because the brain never fully enters recovery mode, even rest becomes overstimulated. A person lies in bed scrolling endlessly, eats while consuming content, walks while distracted, works while multitasking mentally. The nervous system stays partially activated every waking hour, and eventually exhaustion becomes chronic, not because the person is lazy, because the mind never truly stops. One of the saddest parts is that many people no longer remember what genuine mental quiet feels like. Silence initially feels uncomfortable because the nervous system became conditioned to expect constant input. But discomfort during stillness is not proof that silence is dangerous. It is proof that the nervous system has been overstimulated for a very long time. Healing often begins exactly there, not by forcing positivity, not by escaping life, but by slowly rebuilding a safe relationship with quiet again. Small moments matter deeply. Sitting without reaching for distraction immediately, walking without constant stimulation, breathing slowly in silence for a few minutes, allowing thoughts to settle naturally instead of endlessly interrupting them with noise. At first, the overstimulated nervous system resists this strongly. The mind feels restless. The body feels uneasy. The silence feels wrong. But little by little, the nervous system begins realizing something important. Stillness is not danger. Silence is not emptiness. Slowing down does not mean losing control. In fact, slowing down often allows the body to finally recover from years of emotional acceleration. The breathing deepens, the heart rate softens, the thoughts become less aggressive. Presence slowly returns, and something beautiful begins happening underneath the quiet. The person starts hearing themselves clearly again. Not the anxious mental noise, not the pressure, not the external demands. Their actual inner voice, their actual emotional condition, their actual needs. The Stoics believed wisdom grows in stillness because stillness reveals truth. And truth is often the first step toward nervous system healing. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from non-stop stimulation, the soul becomes tired of constant noise, and somewhere deep inside, a quieter part of the mind begins longing for something it has not felt in a very long time. Peace without distraction, rest without guilt, silence that no longer feels threatening, but healing. And once silence finally begins revealing what the nervous system has been carrying underneath constant stimulation, many people discover something deeply unsettling. Their mind is still living inside conversations that ended years ago. Words spoken long ago still echo internally. Arguments replay repeatedly. Moments of embarrassment return without warning. Old rejection still activates emotional pain inside the body as if it happened yesterday. And even though life has moved forward externally, the nervous system continues reliving emotional residue from the past in quiet subconscious loops. There are people whose bodies still tense up because of something someone said to them 10 years ago. A criticism, a betrayal, a cruel comment, a painful goodbye, a moment where they felt unseen, humiliated, abandoned, or emotionally unsafe. The conscious mind may say, "That was a long time ago." But the nervous system does not measure time the way logic does. It measures emotional impact. And unresolved emotional experiences often remain active underneath awareness long after events officially end. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius often warned himself not to become mentally chained to events that no longer existed in the present moment. He knew the human mind has a tendency to reopen old emotional wounds repeatedly through memory and internal replay. And many nervous systems live trapped inside this cycle constantly. The mind replays old conversations automatically. What should have been said? What could have been done differently? How things could have ended another way? The subconscious keeps searching for resolution inside situations that are already over, and every replay quietly activates the nervous system again. That is why emotional residue becomes exhausting, because the body reacts not only to present stress, but to remembered emotional pain. A person may appear calm externally, while internally reliving an old humiliation for the 1,000th time. Their chest tightens, their stomach sinks, their nervous system activates. Not because the event is happening now, but because the emotional cycle never fully completed itself internally. This is especially true for emotionally intense experiences. Moments where the nervous system felt powerless, unsafe, rejected, or deeply hurt often become stored with extraordinary emotional intensity. The subconscious mind continues revisiting them because it believes unfinished emotional processing may somehow protect against future pain. So the replay loops continue, not to torture you intentionally, but because the nervous system is still searching for emotional safety around what happened. And modern overstimulation makes these loops worse. People rarely sit quietly long enough to consciously process emotional experiences fully. Instead, the mind keeps carrying fragments of unresolved conversations beneath the surface, while daily life continues moving quickly overhead, until one quiet moment suddenly brings everything rushing back again. A smell, a song, a phrase, a memory. And instantly the nervous system reacts emotionally before logic even catches up. This is why some people feel emotionally drained without understanding why. Part of their energy is constantly being consumed by subconscious emotional replay. The Stoics believed freedom begins when a person stops mentally feeding suffering that no longer belongs to the present moment. But they also understood that healing requires awareness first. A person cannot release emotional residue they refuse to recognize honestly, and many people are carrying far more emotional history inside their nervous system than they realize. Old shame, old guilt, old heartbreak, old anger, old fear. Conversations replaying silently in the background of everyday life. This creates enormous nervous system fatigue because the body never fully receives the message, "It's over now." Instead, the subconscious keeps reopening emotional files repeatedly, trying to solve, trying to prepare, trying to protect. But unresolved replay rarely creates peace. It usually deepens emotional exhaustion instead. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often to return attention to the present moment because he understood something timeless. The mind easily becomes imprisoned by memory. Not memory itself, emotional attachment to memory, and this attachment keeps the nervous system emotionally activated long after the danger has passed. Healing begins when a person slowly stops treating every memory like an active emergency. Not by denying the pain, not by pretending the past did not matter, but by recognizing that survival no longer requires reliving the wound endlessly. This takes patience. Because the nervous system learned these replay patterns through repetition, some people have mentally rehearsed certain emotional moments for so many years that the loops became automatic. But automatic does not mean permanent. The body can learn safety again through presence, through emotional honesty, through allowing painful memories to exist without continuously feeding them fear, shame, or endless analysis. Sometimes healing begins with a very simple realization. You survived the moment already. The conversation ended, the rejection happened, the embarrassment passed, and your nervous system no longer needs to stay trapped inside those emotional echoes forever. This does not erase the pain instantly, but it changes your relationship with it. The memory stops controlling the entire nervous system automatically. The body slowly realizes it can remember without reliving. That distinction changes everything. And little by little, the replay loops begin softening. Not because you forced yourself to move on, but because the nervous system finally starts understanding that the past is no longer chasing you in the present moment. The thoughts lose some of their emotional grip. The body stops reacting as intensely. The mind spends less time reopening old wounds, searching for impossible perfect endings. And eventually, something beautiful begins happening. You stop carrying entire conversations inside your nervous system everywhere you go, because perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is this: finally allowing old emotional echoes to become memories. Instead of ongoing places, your nervous system still lives inside. And after carrying emotional residue from old conversations for years, many people slowly develop another invisible burden that drains the nervous system in ways they barely notice at first. They become emotionally available to everyone except themselves, always listening, always helping, always understanding, always responding, always carrying the emotional weight of other people's problems while quietly abandoning their own inner stability in the process. And over time, this creates a deep exhaustion that sleep alone can never fully repair. Because the nervous system was never designed to absorb endless emotional energy from everyone around you without protection. There are people who feel responsible for everyone's emotional comfort. They answer messages even when drained. They stay in conversations long after their energy is gone. They carry other people's stress home with them mentally. They become the safe place for everyone else, while secretly having nowhere safe to place their own emotional exhaustion. And eventually, the nervous system begins collapsing beneath invisible emotional labor nobody sees. The Stoics understood something many people still struggle to accept. Compassion without boundaries eventually becomes self-destruction. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to absorb unnecessary emotional chaos from the world around him. He believed a person should remain kind without surrendering their inner peace completely to every external disturbance. That balance matters deeply, because many emotionally exhausted people confuse boundaries with selfishness. They believe protecting their energy means they are becoming cold, distant, or uncaring. So they continue overextending themselves emotionally until the nervous system becomes overloaded. And this overload builds quietly, not only through major crises, but through constant small emotional demands. Listening while already overwhelmed. Saying yes when the body wants rest. Remaining emotionally present for others while emotionally disconnected from yourself. Over time, the nervous system stops feeling emotionally safe because it never fully belongs to itself anymore. Part of the mind is always occupied by someone else's needs, problems, expectations, moods, or emotional reactions. This creates chronic internal tension. The body stays alert because emotional responsibility never fully ends. And one of the hardest truths is this: many people became this way because they once learned that love depended on emotional usefulness. Being needed felt safer than being authentic. Being available felt safer than disappointing people. So the nervous system adapted. It learned to monitor others constantly, to anticipate emotional shifts, to fix problems before conflict appeared, to sacrifice personal emotional needs quietly in order to maintain connection. And while this survival pattern may create temporary closeness externally, internally, it creates emotional depletion. Because human beings cannot endlessly pour emotional energy outward without eventually needing restoration themselves. The body keeps score. Fatigue grows, irritability increases, mental clarity weakens. Resentment quietly builds underneath forced kindness, and many emotionally overextended people feel guilty for even noticing their own exhaustion. They think, other people have it worse. I should be stronger. I don't want to let anyone down. So they continue abandoning themselves emotionally while trying to save everyone else from discomfort. But the Stoics believed true wisdom requires recognizing what belongs to your control and what does not. Another person's emotional state cannot become your permanent nervous system responsibility. That realization is not cruelty. It is emotional maturity. Because without boundaries, the nervous system eventually loses its ability to distinguish between compassion and self-erasure. This is why emotionally overwhelmed people often feel strangely empty after constantly helping others. Their body has been giving energy outward continuously without receiving enough emotional recovery inwardly, and eventually even simple interactions start feeling draining. Phone calls feel heavy, messages feel overwhelming, conversations feel emotionally expensive, not because they stopped caring, but because the nervous system has been overextended for too long. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly to preserve inner steadiness even while living among difficult people and constant demands. He understood that protecting inner peace is not selfish. It is necessary. A person cannot remain emotionally grounded while carrying everyone else's emotional storms constantly. Healing begins when the nervous system learns something many people were never taught. You are allowed to protect your emotional energy, allowed to rest, allowed to say no, allowed to step away from emotional chaos that is not yours to carry. At first, this feels uncomfortable for chronic people-pleasers. The body reacts with guilt, fear, anxiety about disappointing others, because the nervous system became conditioned to associate boundaries with rejection or conflict. But over time, healthy boundaries begin creating something powerful internally: safety. The body no longer feels permanently emotionally exposed. The mind no longer stays hyper-alert to everyone else's needs every second. And slowly, emotional energy begins returning naturally. This does not mean becoming emotionally closed. The Stoics never taught emotional isolation. They taught emotional discipline, the ability to remain compassionate without losing yourself inside the emotional demands of the world. That distinction changes the nervous system deeply, because real healing requires balance. Giving without depletion, caring without collapse, listening without absorbing every emotional burden as your own. And little by little, the body begins understanding that peace does not require constant emotional sacrifice. The shoulders soften, the mind quiets. Conversations stop feeling like emotional emergencies to manage, and for the first time in a very long time, the nervous system experiences a different kind of strength. The strength of no longer carrying emotional responsibilities that were never yours to hold alone. Because eventually, the soul becomes exhausted from trying to save everyone while silently abandoning itself. And healing begins the moment you finally realize this. Protecting your inner stability is not selfish. It is survival for the nervous system itself. And once a person becomes emotionally exhausted from carrying everyone else's emotional weight, the nervous system often becomes even more overwhelmed by something modern life delivers non-stop every single day. Bad news, fear, crisis, conflict, disaster, a constant stream of emotional alarm entering the mind faster than the nervous system can process safely. And slowly, without realizing it, the body begins reacting to information itself as if it were physical danger. There are people waking up every morning and immediately flooding their nervous system with stress before the day even begins. Violence, economic fear, arguments, political outrage, predictions of collapse, endless negative headlines designed to trigger emotional urgency. And because the human brain was built for survival, it pays attention to danger automatically. The nervous system cannot easily distinguish between a threat happening nearby and a threat constantly entering through a screen. To the body, repeated exposure still feels like danger. The Stoics understood something timeless about the human mind. What you repeatedly expose yourself to shapes your inner world. Marcus Aurelius warned against allowing unnecessary chaos into the mind because he knew attention becomes emotional conditioning over time. And modern information overload conditions the nervous system into permanent alertness. People consume more emotionally disturbing information in one day now than earlier generations may have encountered in months. The nervous system barely has time to recover before another crisis appears, another outrage, another fear, another emotional emergency demanding attention. And eventually, the body begins living as if catastrophe is constantly approaching. This creates deep nervous system strain. The breathing becomes shallow. The mind becomes hypervigilant. The body struggles relaxing fully. The subconscious begins expecting danger everywhere. And one of the hardest parts is that people often mistake this constant information consumption for staying informed. But there is a major difference between awareness and emotional flooding. The nervous system needs boundaries around fear. Without those boundaries, the body begins carrying stress that it cannot meaningfully resolve, control, or process. That helplessness creates exhaustion because the nervous system keeps activating survival responses without ever reaching emotional completion. The body prepares for action, but there is nowhere for the energy to go, so the stress remains trapped internally. This is why constant exposure to negative information often creates symptoms people do not immediately connect to news consumption itself. Mental fatigue, anxiety, hopelessness, emotional numbness, irritability, difficulty sleeping, a lingering sense that something terrible is always about to happen. The nervous system becomes conditioned to expect instability continuously. And modern media systems often intensify this intentionally. Fear keeps attention locked. Outrage increases engagement. Emotional urgency keeps people consuming more information. The mind becomes trapped inside endless stimulation disguised as awareness. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to focus only on what was directly within his control. He understood that a mind endlessly consumed by distant chaos loses connection with present reality and inner steadiness. And many nervous systems today are carrying emotional stress from events far beyond their direct environment every waking hour. The body remains tense because psychologically the brain feels surrounded by non-stop threat signals. This creates a modern form of survival overload humans were never biologically designed to handle. Thousands of years ago, danger came in moments. A storm, a war nearby, a difficult season. Then the nervous system recovered afterward. Now recovery rarely happens because emotional alarm never fully stops. Phones vibrate constantly. Headlines update endlessly. Fear arrives every few minutes through screens small enough to fit inside a pocket. And slowly, people stop noticing how overstimulated they truly feel. They think their anxiety is random. Their exhaustion is personal weakness. Their emotional numbness is normal adulthood. But often, the nervous system is simply overloaded by non-stop exposure to collective fear. And one of the saddest consequences is this. Constant bad news slowly changes how people experience the world itself. Hope becomes harder to access. Beauty gets overlooked. Safety feels temporary. The nervous system begins expecting collapse more than peace. This is why the Stoics practiced intentional mental discipline, not ignorance, not denial, discipline, the ability to protect the inner world from unnecessary emotional contamination, because the mind absorbs what it repeatedly consumes. And a nervous system flooded constantly with fear eventually loses its ability to rest properly. Healing begins when people relearn something simple but powerful. The nervous system was not designed to emotionally carry the entire world every hour of the day. You are allowed to disconnect sometimes, allowed to step away from the noise, allowed to protect your inner state without feeling irresponsible. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because overstimulated minds often mistake emotional flooding for preparedness. But peace does not come from endless consumption of fear. Peace comes from balance, from presence, from reconnecting with what is directly real in front of you instead of remaining psychologically trapped inside non-stop, distant chaos. Small changes begin calming the nervous system deeply. Moments without screens, quiet mornings before consuming information. Walking outside without emotional stimulation, constantly entering the mind. Allowing the body to experience ordinary life again without immediate fear-based interruption. And little by little, the nervous system begins softening. The thoughts become less catastrophic. The body stops bracing constantly. The emotional fog starts lifting. And something important slowly returns. Perspective. The realization that the nervous system deserves protection too. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from carrying endless emergencies it cannot solve. And perhaps one of the most healing things a person can do in modern life is this. Stop feeding the nervous system fear every waking moment and finally allow it to remember what calm feels like again. And after the nervous system spends years absorbing non-stop stress, emotional overload, fear-driven information, and constant psychological pressure, something begins happening that confuses many people deeply. The body starts reacting before the mind even understands why. A sudden tightness in the chest, a racing heartbeat, a sinking feeling in the stomach, muscles tensing instantly during certain conversations, breathing becoming shallow without warning, and often the conscious mind has not even identified the stress yet. This is one of the clearest signs that the nervous system has been overloaded for far too long. The body becomes faster than thought. There are people whose nervous systems are carrying so much subconscious survival memory that their body immediately detects emotional danger before logic fully processes the situation. A tone of voice changes slightly, a facial expression shifts, an unexpected message arrives. Silence lasts a little too long, and instantly the nervous system reacts. The chest tightens, the body braces. The mind begins searching for what is wrong, even if no real threat exists in the present moment. Because the nervous system is not only reacting to reality, it is reacting to emotional patterns it learned from the past. The Stoics understood that human beings often become controlled by automatic internal reactions without even realizing it. Epictetus taught that between an event and our response, awareness must exist. But when the nervous system becomes overloaded, reactions begin happening so quickly that awareness struggles to keep up. The body enters defense mode automatically. This happens because the nervous system's primary job is survival, not perfect logic. It constantly scans for emotional familiarity based on past experiences. If certain situations once led to pain, rejection, fear, humiliation, conflict, or emotional instability, the body remembers, even years later, and the body remembers emotionally faster than the conscious mind remembers intellectually. That is why someone can feel physically anxious during situations that seem small externally. The nervous system is not reacting to the current moment alone. It is reacting to emotional history connected to it. A person criticized harshly for years may feel chest tightness during even gentle feedback. Someone abandoned emotionally may panic during small moments of distance in relationships. A person raised around constant conflict may tense up automatically during silence itself. The body learned survival patterns long before the conscious mind fully understood them. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become immediately controlled by emotional impulses because he knew reactions are not always truth. A nervous system shaped by past stress can mistake familiarity for danger, and this creates enormous exhaustion over time. Because the body keeps activating survival responses automatically throughout ordinary life, the nervous system stays prepared, always watching, always bracing, always anticipating emotional pain before it fully arrives. This is why many people feel physically tired even when they haven't done much. Their body has been defending itself internally all day. Tension uses energy. Hypervigilance uses energy. Emotional anticipation uses energy. And over time, the nervous system becomes exhausted from reacting constantly to perceived emotional danger. One of the hardest parts is that people often blame themselves for these reactions. They think, "Why am I so sensitive? Why does this affect me so much? Why can't I just relax?" But these reactions are not weakness. They are nervous system conditioning. The body adapted to survive environments that once felt emotionally unsafe. And now, even after life changes externally, the nervous system continues reacting automatically because it has not fully learned safety yet. This is why healing requires patience. The body cannot simply be argued into calmness logically. A person can intellectually know they are safe, while their nervous system still reacts as if danger is nearby. That disconnect frustrates many people, but the Stoics understood something important. Awareness creates space between reaction and identity. A feeling is not always a fact. A body reaction is not always a prophecy. And learning to observe physical stress responses calmly, instead of panicking about them, begins changing the nervous system slowly. The moment chest tightness appears, many people become afraid of the feeling itself. Then fear increases the nervous system activation even more. The body reacts to the reaction. But healing begins when a person can gently recognize, "My body is reacting because it learned survival. That does not mean I am in immediate danger right now." That shift matters deeply, because the nervous system learns through repeated experiences of safety. Slow breathing helps. Stillness helps. Grounding attention in the present moment helps. Allowing physical sensations to pass without catastrophic interpretation helps. At first, this feels difficult, because an overloaded nervous system has spent years associating physical tension with emotional threat. But gradually, the body begins learning something new, that not every uncomfortable sensation means disaster, that tension can rise without controlling the entire mind, that emotions can move through the body without becoming permanent emergencies. And little by little, the nervous system softens, the chest loosens more quickly, the body stops escalating automatically as intensely. The mind becomes less frightened by its own physical reactions, and for the first time in a long time, the person begins feeling something that once seemed impossible, safety inside their own body again. Because eventually, healing is not about never feeling stress. It is about teaching the nervous system that it no longer needs to treat every emotional memory like a current threat. And slowly, the body begins understanding what the exhausted soul has been longing to hear all along. The danger is not happening right now. And once the nervous system becomes conditioned to react before the conscious mind even understands the stress, many people unknowingly develop another survival strategy that modern life quietly rewards. They stay busy all the time, not always because they are passionate, not always because they are ambitious, but because movement feels safer than stillness. Productivity becomes emotional anesthesia, a way to avoid feeling what is happening underneath the surface. There are people who cannot sit still without becoming uncomfortable. The moment the body slows down, anxiety rises. Unfinished emotions appear. Mental exhaustion becomes noticeable. The nervous system finally starts revealing how overwhelmed it truly feels. So they keep moving. More work, more tasks, more goals, more distractions, more responsibilities. Anything to avoid being alone with themselves for too long. And slowly, productivity stops being healthy discipline and becomes emotional escape. The Stoics believed purposeful action was important, but they also warned against becoming consumed by endless external activity without inner awareness. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that a restless life without inner clarity leads to emotional imbalance, no matter how productive it appears externally. And many modern nervous systems are trapped exactly there, always active externally, quietly collapsing internally, because busyness can temporarily numb emotional pain. A person focused constantly on tasks does not have to fully feel loneliness, or grief, or fear, or emptiness. The nervous system becomes addicted to stimulation because silence allows suppressed emotions to rise. This creates a dangerous cycle. The more emotionally overwhelmed a person becomes, the more they rely on constant productivity to avoid feeling it. At first, society praises this behavior. People admire their discipline, their work ethic, their consistency, their ability to handle so much. But underneath that performance, the nervous system often remains in non-stop survival mode. The body never fully rests emotionally. Even moments meant for recovery become mentally occupied, thinking ahead, planning, checking notifications, trying to stay useful every second. And eventually the nervous system begins confusing exhaustion with identity. The person no longer knows who they are without constant movement. This is why some people feel strangely anxious during vacations, weekends, or free time. Their body became so accustomed to productivity-driven stimulation that stillness feels emotionally unsafe. Without tasks, unresolved feelings start surfacing. Without pressure, the emotional emptiness underneath becomes visible. Without distraction, the nervous system begins confronting everything it was trying to outrun. And that confrontation feels terrifying for many people, because underneath productivity addiction often lives a deep subconscious fear. If I stop moving, I might fall apart. So they keep running psychologically, from silence, from vulnerability, from emotional exhaustion, from themselves. The Stoics understood that true peace cannot exist inside a mind constantly fleeing inward discomfort. Epictetus taught that a person must learn how to sit with themselves honestly instead of endlessly depending on external activity for emotional stability. But modern life trains the opposite: constant hustle, constant optimization, constant achievement, as if human worth depends entirely on output. And eventually many people stop treating themselves like living beings with emotional needs. They start treating themselves like machines built only to perform. The nervous system suffers deeply under this pressure. Chronic fatigue grows. Sleep stops restoring properly. Joy becomes harder to feel naturally. The body remains tense even during rest, because internally the mind never fully exits work mode. This is one of the hidden tragedies of productivity addiction. A person can accomplish more and more externally while feeling less and less alive internally. The nervous system becomes overstimulated by endless doing, and one of the saddest parts is that many people do not realize they are using productivity emotionally. They believe they are simply driven, but the body often reveals the deeper truth: feeling guilty while resting, feeling worthless during stillness, feeling anxious without tasks, feeling emotionally uncomfortable when nothing urgent needs attention. These are signs that the nervous system attached emotional safety to constant movement. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that a meaningful life is not measured only by endless activity, but by the condition of the inner world itself. A person who loses inner peace while chasing external productivity eventually becomes emotionally disconnected from life. And many nervous systems today are starving for something they rarely receive: unproductive stillness without guilt, Moments where existence itself is enough. Moments where the body no longer feels forced to earn rest through exhaustion first. Healing begins when a person slowly learns how to pause without panicking, to sit quietly without immediately needing stimulation, to rest without mentally attacking themselves for it. At first, this feels deeply uncomfortable for overstimulated minds. The nervous system resists slowing down because it became conditioned to associate movement with survival. But little by little, the body begins realizing something powerful. Stillness is not failure. Rest is not weakness. And existence does not need to be constantly justified through productivity. This realization changes the nervous system deeply. The breathing softens. Mental urgency decreases. The body stops bracing against imaginary pressure constantly, and eventually, the person begins reconnecting with a forgotten feeling. Modern life often steals away the ability to simply be without needing to constantly prove their worth through endless motion, because perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally understanding this. You were never meant to spend your entire life outrunning yourself through busyness. And after years of using productivity to outrun emotional discomfort, many people eventually arrive at a painful place they struggle to explain. No matter how much they accomplish, they never feel finished internally. The work ends, but the mind keeps going. The task gets completed, but the nervous system stays tense. One responsibility disappears, and immediately another pressure takes its place. And slowly, life begins feeling like an endless list that never truly closes. This is the emotional shock of never feeling done. A quiet psychological exhaustion created by carrying too many unfinished mental tabs at the same time. There are people whose minds have not experienced true completion in years. Even while resting, they mentally rehearse what still needs attention. Messages unanswered, goals unfinished, problems unresolved, responsibilities waiting tomorrow. The body lies down, but the nervous system remains standing internally, always preparing, always remembering, always carrying, and eventually peace becomes almost impossible because the mind never fully exits alert mode. The Stoics understood something modern life constantly ignores. The human mind was not built to carry endless psychological open loops without rest. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus only on the present task instead of mentally scattering attention across countless imagined future pressures. He understood that a fragmented mind becomes an exhausted mind. And today, countless nervous systems are trapped inside fragmentation. Too many responsibilities, too much information, too many expectations, too many unfinished emotional and mental obligations competing for attention simultaneously. The nervous system becomes overloaded not only by what people are doing, but by everything they feel they still have not completed. This creates constant low-level tension inside the body, a background pressure that rarely fully disappears. The mind keeps whispering, "You forgot something. You still need to fix this. You are behind. There's more to do." And because these thoughts repeat continuously, the nervous system never receives the emotional signal that it is safe to fully relax. The body remains partially activated at all times. This is why many people feel exhausted before the day even starts. Not because they lack discipline, because their nervous system is carrying invisible psychological weight every waking moment. The modern world intensifies this dramatically. Phones create endless access. Work follows people home mentally. Notifications interrupt rest constantly. People juggle emotional stress, financial fear, social expectations, self-improvement pressure, and information overload simultaneously. The mind never fully closes its tabs anymore. And one of the hardest parts is that modern culture often praises this mental overload as ambition. Being busy becomes status. Feeling overwhelmed becomes normal. Rest feels undeserved unless every task is complete first. But the problem is this: the tasks never fully end. There is always another message, another goal, another demand, another unfinished problem waiting somewhere in the background, so the nervous system stays trapped inside permanent incompletion. Marcus Aurelius warned himself repeatedly against becoming mentally consumed by endless future concerns because he understood something deeply important. A person loses peace when the mind becomes scattered across too many imagined obligations at once. And many people today no longer live in the present emotionally. Part of their mind is always somewhere else: tomorrow's pressure, yesterday's regret, future responsibilities, unfinished emotional business. The nervous system becomes stretched across time itself. This creates a strange emotional emptiness too, because even moments of achievement stop feeling satisfying. The goal gets reached, but relief lasts only briefly before the next pressure appears. The mind immediately moves forward again, and eventually a person starts feeling like life is one endless attempt to catch up with something that never fully arrives. That feeling destroys nervous system peace slowly, because human beings need emotional completion sometimes, moments where the body feels, for now, this is enough. Without that feeling, the nervous system remains in chronic anticipation, always scanning, always preparing, always mentally multitasking. This constant internal fragmentation creates enormous biological strain. Sleep becomes lighter, attention weakens, emotional patience decreases. Joy becomes harder to fully feel because part of the mind is always occupied elsewhere. The body exists in one place while the nervous system is mentally carrying 10 different unfinished realities at once. And over time, the soul becomes deeply tired of never arriving emotionally anywhere. The Stoics believed peace comes from narrowing attention back to what exists directly in front of you instead of becoming psychologically consumed by endless future burdens. Not because responsibilities disappear, but because the nervous system cannot survive permanent mental scattering without consequences. Healing begins when a person relearns something modern life constantly pulls them away from. The present moment can only hold so much at once. Not every problem needs immediate mental ownership. Not every unfinished task deserves constant emotional attention. And your worth is not measured by how many psychological tabs you keep open simultaneously. At first, slowing the mind down feels difficult. An overstimulated nervous system became addicted to constant anticipation. But slowly, small practices begin calming the body. Completing one task without mentally jumping ahead. Allowing pauses between responsibilities. Moments without notifications. Breathing before reacting to every demand instantly. Giving the nervous system moments of psychological closure instead of non-stop mental continuation. These moments matter more than people realize, because every moment of true presence teaches the body something healing. You do not need to carry everything all at once. And little by little, the nervous system begins softening. The mind feels less crowded. The chest feels lighter. Rest becomes more possible. And for the first time in a long time, a person begins experiencing something modern life rarely gives freely anymore. A moment that feels complete enough to breathe inside. Because eventually the deepest exhaustion is not always physical labor. Sometimes it is the emotional burden of never feeling mentally finished anywhere at all. And after years of carrying endless mental pressure alone, Many people slowly develop another survival pattern that looks strong on the outside, but quietly exhausts the nervous system underneath. They stop asking for help. Not because they truly have everything under control, but because somewhere deep inside, they learned that depending on others feels unsafe. So they carry everything themselves: the stress, the pressure, the responsibilities, the emotional pain. And over time, the nervous system becomes trapped inside permanent self-reliance, always prepared to survive alone, no matter how exhausted the body becomes. This is the hidden burden of hyper-independence, a survival response disguised as strength. There are people who physically cannot relax when others try to help them. Their nervous system immediately tightens. They feel uncomfortable receiving support. Vulnerability feels dangerous. Trust feels risky. So they continue handling everything alone, even while emotionally drowning internally. The Stoics believed self-discipline mattered deeply, but they also understood that human beings are not meant to live completely disconnected from one another emotionally. Marcus Aurelius wrote often about the importance of cooperation, reminding himself that people exist to support one another like parts of the same body. But many nervous systems never learned that support feels safe. Instead, they learned something very different: that asking for help leads to disappointment, that vulnerability creates pain, that emotional dependence becomes dangerous. Maybe they were abandoned emotionally. Maybe they were forced to grow up too quickly. Maybe they learned early that survival meant becoming emotionally self-sufficient because nobody else could reliably carry them. So the nervous system adapted. It stopped expecting support, stopped trusting softness, stopped reaching outward emotionally. And slowly, independence transformed into emotional isolation. At first, this survival pattern can appear admirable. The person becomes capable, reliable, strong under pressure. They rarely burden others, rarely complain, rarely ask for anything emotionally. But underneath that strength, the nervous system quietly carries enormous exhaustion, because survival mode never fully turns off when a person believes they must handle life entirely alone. The body remains tense, always preparing, always carrying, always expecting that if something goes wrong, there will be nobody safe enough to fully lean on. That belief creates chronic nervous system pressure. Even rest becomes difficult because the subconscious mind keeps whispering, "You cannot let your guard down completely." Hyper-independent people often struggle with receiving care itself. Compliments feel uncomfortable. Support feels unfamiliar. Being emotionally seen can create anxiety instead of relief. Not because they do not want connection, but because their nervous system learned to associate dependence with emotional risk. And one of the saddest parts is this: many hyper-independent people secretly long for emotional safety more deeply than almost anyone else. They are simply terrified of needing it openly. So they continue surviving instead of allowing themselves to be supported. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that strength does not mean isolation. The Stoics believed wisdom includes recognizing the limits of personal control and understanding that human beings naturally need connection, guidance, and mutual support. But hyper-independence convinces the nervous system that needing others equals weakness. So the body stays trapped in defensive self-protection constantly. This creates enormous biological strain over time: emotional fatigue, chronic tension, difficulty trusting relationships, feeling emotionally lonely even around people who care, a deep internal pressure to always hold it together alone. And because hyper-independent people often appear highly functional externally, very few people notice how exhausted they truly feel internally. They become experts at silent survival, but the nervous system always pays the price for permanent emotional isolation. Because human beings are not machines built for endless solitary endurance. The body relaxes through safety, and true safety often includes connection, being understood, being emotionally supported, being able to admit, "I cannot carry everything alone right now." That honesty feels terrifying for nervous systems trained by survival, because vulnerability once felt dangerous. But healing begins when the body slowly experiences something different: support without punishment, care without manipulation, connection without emotional danger. At first, this feels deeply unfamiliar. The nervous system may resist it, question it, distrust it, because survival patterns do not disappear quickly. A body trained for hyper-independence often mistakes emotional closeness for loss of control. But little by little, the nervous system begins learning something life-changing. Receiving help does not make you weak. Resting does not make you incapable. And allowing others to support you does not erase your strength. In fact, sometimes the deepest strength is finally admitting you no longer want to survive everything alone. The Stoics taught inner resilience, yes. But resilience was never meant to become emotional imprisonment. True inner stability includes knowing when to stand alone and when to allow safe connection to soften the nervous system again. This changes the body deeply. The chest loosens. The mind stops carrying every burden in isolation. Emotional pressure decreases. The nervous system no longer feels forced to remain in constant self-defense. And slowly, something unfamiliar begins returning: relief. Not because life became perfect, but because the body finally realizes it no longer has to carry the entire world alone every second just to survive. Because eventually, even the strongest nervous systems become exhausted from permanent self-protection. And healing often begins the moment a person finally understands this. You were never meant to survive life entirely by yourself. And after years of carrying life alone, constantly preparing yourself emotionally for every possible outcome, the nervous system slowly develops another exhausting habit that quietly drains peace from everyday life. It begins trying to predict pain before it arrives. Not because the person wants to be negative, but because somewhere deep inside, the body learned that staying ahead of danger feels safer than being surprised by it. So the mind keeps scanning forward constantly. What if something goes wrong? What if this doesn't last? What if I fail? What if they leave? What if everything falls apart again? And slowly, the nervous system becomes trapped inside predictive anxiety, emotionally rehearsing problems that have not even happened yet. There are people whose minds rarely live in the present moment anymore. Part of their attention is always racing ahead, preparing for future stress before reality even arrives. The body sits safely in a quiet room, while the nervous system reacts to imaginary disasters as if they are already unfolding. The Stoics understood this deeply. Seneca once wrote that people suffer more often in imagination than in reality itself. He understood that the human mind can create enormous emotional pain simply by constantly anticipating future danger. And modern nervous systems live inside this anticipation almost continuously, predicting rejection before conversations happen, predicting failure before trying, predicting loss during peaceful moments, predicting catastrophe while life is still calm. The body remains tense because the mind never fully stops preparing for emotional impact. This creates invisible exhaustion, because predictive anxiety uses enormous nervous system energy. The brain constantly runs emotional simulations, preparing, analyzing, calculating, trying to avoid pain before it appears. And over time, the body forgets how to fully relax into the present moment. Many people do not even realize how much of their life is spent anticipating problems emotionally. They call it being realistic, being careful, being prepared. But underneath those habits is often a nervous system terrified of being caught off guard again. Usually this pattern begins for understandable reasons. A person who experienced sudden betrayal may start anticipating abandonment everywhere. Someone who lived through instability may constantly expect disaster. A nervous system shaped by emotional unpredictability learns to stay mentally ahead of danger as a survival strategy. At first, this hyper-awareness feels protective, but eventually it becomes imprisonment, because no matter how much the mind predicts, it never finally feels safe enough. The body stays alert anyway. And one of the saddest consequences is this: predictive anxiety steals peace from moments that have not even gone wrong. A person cannot fully enjoy calm seasons because part of their nervous system is already grieving future loss. They cannot fully trust happiness because the mind keeps preparing for disappointment. They cannot fully rest because the subconscious keeps whispering, "Do not get too comfortable." Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to focus only on the present reality in front of him rather than becoming mentally consumed by imagined futures. He understood that anticipation can quietly poison the nervous system when left unchecked, because the body reacts not only to actual danger, but to repeated imagined danger too. Every catastrophic thought creates physical stress. The chest tightens, the breathing shortens, the nervous system activates, even when the feared event never actually happens. This is why predictive anxiety becomes so exhausting biologically. The body experiences survival reactions repeatedly for emotional situations existing only in mental rehearsal. And eventually, the nervous system becomes tired of constantly preparing for wars that never arrive. The Stoics believed true strength comes from meeting reality directly when it arrives, not endlessly suffering through imagined futures beforehand. That distinction changes everything. Because many people unknowingly live through painful experiences twice, first in anticipation, then again in reality if they actually happen. And often the anticipation becomes more emotionally damaging than the event itself. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly learns that constant prediction does not create true safety. Presence does. A calm mind responds more clearly than a fearful mind trapped in endless forecasting. At first, releasing predictive anxiety feels terrifying, because the nervous system believes vigilance prevents pain. But over time, something important becomes clear. No amount of overthinking can fully control life anyway, and carrying permanent anticipation only steals energy from the present moment repeatedly. The Stoics practiced surrender not as weakness, but as wisdom. The wisdom to stop mentally fighting futures that do not yet exist. The wisdom to stop carrying imaginary disasters emotionally every day. The wisdom to trust your ability to face life when it actually arrives, instead of exhausting yourself preparing for every possible outcome constantly. Small moments begin teaching the nervous system this slowly. Breathing before mentally spiraling forward. Returning attention to what is happening now. Noticing when the mind starts predicting catastrophe automatically. Allowing uncertainty to exist without immediately trying to emotionally solve it. These moments matter deeply, because the nervous system heals through repeated experiences of present moment safety. And little by little the body begins softening, the chest loosens, the mind stops racing ahead constantly. Peace becomes easier to access because the nervous system no longer lives entirely inside imagined futures. And eventually, something beautiful begins returning. Trust. Not blind trust that nothing difficult will ever happen, but trust that you no longer need to emotionally destroy yourself, preparing for pain before life even unfolds. Because perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally realizing this. You do not have to spend your entire life rehearsing suffering in order to survive it. And after years of anticipating problems before they happen, many people slowly develop another survival habit that leaves deep tension inside the nervous system. They stop saying what they truly feel, not because they have nothing to say, but because somewhere along the way, the body learned that speaking honestly could become dangerous. So emotions stay trapped, words stay swallowed, truth stays buried beneath silence. And over time, the nervous system begins carrying the weight of every moment you felt emotionally unsafe to express yourself fully. There are people whose bodies still tighten during difficult conversations because they once learned that honesty led to rejection, punishment, humiliation, conflict, or abandonment. So the nervous system adapted. It became careful, quiet, emotionally guarded. The body learned to silence itself before pain could arrive again. And eventually, emotional self-silencing becomes automatic. A person feels hurt but says nothing, feels overwhelmed but minimizes it, feels exhausted but keeps pretending everything is manageable. The nervous system stays tense because the body is constantly suppressing natural emotional expression. The Stoics believed wisdom includes speaking truth calmly and clearly instead of allowing fear to imprison the inner world. But many people never experienced environments where emotional honesty felt safe enough for the nervous system to relax. So silence became survival. At first, this pattern may protect a person temporarily, avoiding conflict, avoiding criticism, avoiding emotional exposure. But over time, emotional self-silencing creates enormous internal pressure. Because emotions do not disappear simply because they remain unspoken, the body still carries them, in the chest, in the throat, in the stomach, in the nervous system itself. That is why some people feel physical tension during conversations, even when they appear calm externally. Their body remembers every moment where speaking honestly once created emotional danger. The throat tightens. The breathing shortens. The heart races slightly. The nervous system prepares for emotional impact before words even leave the mouth. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people become so used to silencing themselves that they no longer even recognize their own emotional needs clearly anymore. They spend years adapting to others emotionally, avoiding discomfort, keeping peace externally, until eventually they lose connection with what they truly feel internally. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that inner truth matters more than external approval. He understood that a person who constantly abandons their own inner reality to maintain comfort externally eventually becomes divided against themselves. And the nervous system feels that division constantly, because emotional suppression creates internal conflict. Part of the mind wants expression. Another part fears consequences. So the body remains trapped between emotional truth and emotional protection. This tension becomes exhausting over time, not only mentally, biologically. The nervous system stays activated because it never fully feels safe enough to exist honestly. This is why emotionally self-silencing people often feel drained after social interactions. Their body spent the entire interaction managing emotions carefully instead of expressing naturally, monitoring reactions, filtering thoughts, suppressing feelings, trying not to upset anyone, trying not to create conflict. And eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted from carrying unsaid emotions everywhere. Many people learned this pattern very early. Maybe their feelings were dismissed. Maybe vulnerability was mocked. Maybe expressing emotion created punishment or emotional withdrawal. So the nervous system adapted beautifully for survival. It learned, stay quiet, do not cause problems, do not express too much, keep the peace. But survival patterns that once protected you can later become prisons for the nervous system, because the body cannot fully relax while constantly suppressing itself emotionally. The Stoics did not teach emotional numbness, they taught emotional steadiness, the ability to express truth without being controlled by fear. That distinction matters deeply, because healing is not about screaming every emotion impulsively. It is about no longer abandoning yourself internally out of fear, constantly. At first, emotional honesty feels terrifying for nervous systems trained by self-silencing. Even small acts of truth can create anxiety. Saying, "I'm hurt," saying, "I need rest," saying, "that affected me," saying, "no." The body reacts because it remembers old emotional consequences. But little by little, the nervous system begins learning something new. Expression does not always lead to danger. Truth does not always destroy connection, and your feelings do not make you difficult for existing. This changes the body deeply. The chest softens, the throat relaxes. Conversations stop feeling like emotional battlefields. The nervous system no longer works so hard to suppress itself constantly, and slowly, emotional energy begins returning. Not because life became conflict-free, but because the body finally stops carrying the exhausting burden of permanent self-erasure. Marcus Aurelius believed peace comes from alignment between the inner world and outward life. A person cannot fully heal while continuously betraying their own emotional reality for the comfort of others. That betrayal creates nervous system strain quietly over years. But healing begins the moment a person slowly understands this. Your emotions were never the enemy. Your truth was never the problem. And your nervous system was never meant to spend an entire lifetime hiding itself just to feel safe enough to belong. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from carrying every unsaid word alone. And the nervous system begins longing for something simple but deeply healing. The freedom to exist honestly without fear, tightening the chest every time truth wants to rise. And after years of silencing emotions just to survive safely around other people, something even more dangerous quietly begins happening inside the nervous system. Stress stops feeling abnormal. The tension becomes familiar. The exhaustion becomes routine. The anxiety becomes part of everyday life. And slowly, dysfunction starts feeling normal. There are people who have lived under pressure for so long that they no longer remember what calm is supposed to feel like. They wake up tense automatically. Their thoughts begin racing before the day even starts. Their body carries heaviness constantly. But because this state has lasted for years, they stop questioning it. They assume this is just adulthood. This is just life. This is just how people are. And that is the silent trauma of growing used to stress. The nervous system adapts to survival so completely that suffering becomes emotionally invisible. The Stoics understood that human beings easily adapt to unhealthy mental states when exposed to them repeatedly. Marcus Aurelius warned himself often not to become unconsciously shaped by chaos simply because it surrounded him constantly. And many nervous systems today are deeply shaped by chronic stress without even realizing it. The body learns through repetition. If tension repeats long enough, tension begins feeling normal. If emotional exhaustion lasts long enough, rest begins feeling unfamiliar. If anxiety stays present for years, the nervous system eventually stops recognizing it as overload and starts treating it like identity. This is why so many people ignore their own emotional condition. They continue functioning while deeply dysregulated internally, because the dysfunction became ordinary. A person constantly living under stress may no longer notice their shallow breathing, or clenched jaw, or racing thoughts, or emotional numbness, or inability to relax fully. The nervous system adapts so well to survival that it stops signaling danger loudly. Instead, the stress becomes background noise. And one of the saddest parts is this: many people only realize how overwhelmed they truly were after finally experiencing a small moment of genuine calm. A quiet evening, a safe relationship, a peaceful environment. A moment where the body suddenly softens unexpectedly, and only then does the nervous system reveal how much tension it had been carrying all along. Because healing creates contrast. Without contrast, dysfunction hides itself inside familiarity. The Stoics believed self-awareness was essential because unconscious living traps people inside patterns they stop questioning. A person cannot change what they have normalized internally, and chronic stress becomes deeply normalized in modern life. People joke about burnout, joke about exhaustion, joke about anxiety, as if living in constant nervous system overload is simply part of being human now. But the body was never designed to remain in permanent survival mode. The nervous system eventually pays a price. Sleep weakens, patience decreases, mental clarity fades, emotional resilience shrinks. The body becomes reactive more easily because it has spent too long carrying unprocessed stress continuously. Yet many people continue pushing forward because they genuinely no longer recognize their state as unhealthy. That is what prolonged stress does. It reshapes emotional expectations. A calm day starts feeling boring. Stillness feels uncomfortable. Peace feels unfamiliar. The nervous system becomes addicted to activation because activation became home emotionally. This is why some people unconsciously recreate stress even during stable seasons. Not because they enjoy suffering, but because the body became conditioned to function inside chaos more comfortably than calm. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return inward and examine the condition of his own mind honestly. He understood that without awareness, a person slowly becomes consumed by unhealthy emotional patterns while believing they are simply normal. And many nervous systems today are carrying years of accumulated overload hidden beneath daily functioning. This creates quiet grief too, because a person slowly loses connection with what genuine emotional ease even feels like. The body stays partially braced all the time, waiting, preparing, managing. Even joy becomes difficult to fully experience because the nervous system never fully exits alert mode. And eventually, people stop asking themselves an important question. What if this constant stress is not actually normal? That question changes everything, because healing begins when a person recognizes that surviving dysfunction does not mean the dysfunction became healthy. Just because the nervous system adapted does not mean the body stopped suffering. Adaptation is not the same as peace. The Stoics believed freedom begins when awareness interrupts unconscious patterns, and awareness often arrives quietly, not dramatically. A simple realization: I have been tense for a very long time. I have not truly rested emotionally in years. My body has been surviving, not relaxing. That honesty opens the door to healing, because the nervous system cannot begin recovering until it first recognizes the overload it normalized. At first, slowing down feels uncomfortable for people used to stress constantly. The silence feels strange. The calm feels unfamiliar. The body almost waits for something bad to interrupt it. But little by little, the nervous system begins relearning something it forgot long ago. Peace is not laziness, rest is not weakness. And life was never meant to feel like endless survival every single day. This relearning takes patience. The body needs repeated experiences of safety, repeated moments where calm lasts long enough for the nervous system to trust it again. And slowly, the chest softens, the breathing deepens. The mind stops expecting emergency constantly. The body begins realizing it no longer has to live inside permanent tension just because tension once became familiar. Because perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally recognizing this. You adapted to stress brilliantly, but you were never meant to live there forever. And once the nervous system becomes used to stress for long enough, modern life introduces another problem that quietly prevents healing from ever fully happening: constant digital stimulation. The phone never fully stops. The mind never fully disconnects. The nervous system never fully enters recovery. And slowly, the brain begins living in a state of non-stop interruption that the human body was never designed to handle. There are people who have not experienced true mental quiet in years. From the moment they wake up, information begins flooding the nervous system. Notifications, messages, videos, emails, news, scrolling, endless emotional input arriving faster than the brain can process naturally. And because it happens gradually over time, many people no longer notice how overstimulated they truly feel. The mind becomes crowded constantly. The body remains alert constantly. The nervous system stays partially activated every waking hour. The Stoics believed the mind requires periods of stillness and reflection in order to remain clear and emotionally stable. Marcus Aurelius regularly withdrew from external noise because he understood that constant mental interruption weakens inner steadiness. But modern digital life trains the exact opposite. Attention becomes fragmented. Thoughts become rushed. Silence disappears. People consume stimulation during every empty moment until the nervous system forgets how to rest naturally. Even moments meant for recovery become overstimulated. Lying in bed, scrolling endlessly, watching videos while eating, checking notifications during conversations, filling every moment of silence with more input. The nervous system never receives enough uninterrupted calm to fully repair itself. And biologically, this matters deeply. The human brain was not designed to process endless streams of emotionally stimulating information without recovery periods. Every notification creates a tiny interruption inside the nervous system. Every emotionally charged post activates attention. Every scroll teaches the brain to expect constant novelty. Over time, the nervous system becomes addicted to stimulation itself. Stillness starts feeling uncomfortable. Silence feels empty. Focus weakens. Patience decreases. The body struggles to fully settle because the mind became conditioned for non-stop activation. This is why so many people feel mentally exhausted even when they have not done physically demanding work. Their nervous system has been processing stimulation all day long, emotionally, visually, mentally. The body stays alert because the brain never fully exits input mode. And one of the most damaging parts is this. Digital stimulation creates the illusion of rest while preventing actual nervous system recovery. A person may spend hours relaxing online while their nervous system remains intensely active underneath. The eyes keep scanning, the brain keeps processing, the emotions keep reacting, the attention keeps shifting rapidly. The body never fully enters deep restoration. Marcus Aurelius warned against becoming mentally consumed by external noise because he understood that attention shapes the condition of the inner world. A distracted mind becomes emotionally fragile over time, and constant digital stimulation creates exactly that fragility. The nervous system loses its tolerance for slowness. People become impatient quickly, emotionally reactive quickly, mentally restless quickly. The brain starts craving stimulation constantly because quiet no longer feels familiar. This creates a painful cycle. The more overstimulated the nervous system becomes, the harder true rest feels. So people seek more distraction to escape the exhaustion caused by distraction itself. More scrolling, more content, more stimulation. Meanwhile, the nervous system quietly deteriorates underneath the endless input. And one of the saddest consequences is this. People slowly lose connection with their own inner world. They stop noticing their emotions clearly, stop reflecting deeply, stop sitting long enough with themselves to hear what their nervous system actually needs. Because constant stimulation leaves no space for inner awareness. The Stoics believed wisdom grows through observation and reflection, not endless consumption. Epictetus taught that a person must learn how to pause instead of constantly reacting to external impulses. But digital life trains constant reaction, immediate response, immediate attention shifts, immediate stimulation. And eventually, the nervous system forgets how to simply exist without external input directing it constantly. This damages recovery deeply, because true nervous system healing requires slowness, silence, presence, moments where the brain is not constantly interrupted or emotionally stimulated. At first, disconnecting feels uncomfortable for overstimulated minds. The body reaches for the phone automatically. The silence feels strange. The nervous system almost panics without stimulation. But that discomfort is important. It reveals how dependent the brain became on non-stop input. Healing begins through small moments of interruption to the stimulation cycle. Walking without your phone, eating without screens, allowing silence to exist without immediately filling it, sitting with your thoughts for a few minutes instead of escaping them instantly. These moments may appear simple, but they deeply retrain the nervous system. The breathing slows, the thoughts soften, attention stabilizes, the body begins experiencing recovery instead of constant activation, and slowly something beautiful starts returning. Mental clarity, the ability to think deeply again, to feel present again, to experience life directly instead of through endless digital interruption. Because eventually the nervous system becomes exhausted from existing in permanent stimulation. The soul becomes tired of constant input, and somewhere underneath all the noise, the body begins longing for something ancient and deeply healing. Stillness uninterrupted by the world, and after years of constant digital stimulation, non-stop mental interruption, and a nervous system that never fully reaches recovery, many people slowly develop another exhausting habit that quietly drains emotional energy every single day. They try to control everything, not because they are power-hungry, not because they enjoy stress, but because somewhere deep inside, the nervous system became terrified of uncertainty. So the mind begins gripping tightly onto every detail it possibly can, trying to predict outcomes, trying to manage everyone's reactions, trying to prevent mistakes, trying to avoid pain before it arrives. And slowly, life becomes emotionally exhausting because the nervous system never fully stops managing reality. There are people who cannot relax during peaceful moments because part of their mind is constantly searching for what still needs controlling. What could go wrong, what they forgot, what they should prepare for next. The body stays tense because uncertainty itself feels emotionally dangerous. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus taught that suffering increases when people become attached to controlling things that were never truly within their power in the first place. He believed peace begins when a person learns the difference between what can be guided and what must eventually be released. But for many nervous systems, release feels terrifying. Because control became emotional protection. Maybe life once felt unpredictable. Maybe safety disappeared suddenly. Maybe trust was broken unexpectedly. So the nervous system adapted. It learned to stay mentally ahead of everything, to over-prepare, to overthink, to monitor every possibility carefully. At first, this survival strategy feels responsible, but eventually it becomes emotional imprisonment. Because the mind never fully rests while trying to control uncontrollable things, other people's emotions, future outcomes, unexpected change, life itself. And the nervous system becomes exhausted from carrying impossible responsibility constantly. This creates deep emotional fatigue. The body remains partially activated every waking hour. The chest tightens during uncertainty. The mind races during situations it cannot fully predict. Small changes feel emotionally overwhelming because the nervous system desperately wants stability. And one of the hardest parts is this. People who struggle with control are often deeply afraid internally, even if they appear highly composed externally. The need for control usually hides fear underneath. Fear of pain, fear of loss, fear of chaos returning, fear of feeling powerless again. So the nervous system keeps gripping tighter, but the tighter the mind grips life, the more exhausted the body becomes. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that external events themselves are not fully controllable, only his response to them. This mindset was not passive weakness, it was nervous system wisdom, because the body suffers greatly when it tries carrying responsibility for things no human being can fully control. Relationships change. People disappoint, plans fail, unexpected events happen, and a nervous system addicted to control experiences enormous stress every time reality refuses to behave predictably. This is why chronic over-controllers often struggle relaxing even during calm seasons. The mind keeps preparing for interruption. The body stays alert. Peace feels fragile. The nervous system believes vigilance prevents suffering. But often, constant control attempts create suffering instead. The Stoics believed surrender is not weakness, it is clarity. The clarity to stop fighting realities that cannot be forced into obedience. This does not mean becoming careless or passive. It means no longer destroying your nervous system, trying to emotionally dominate uncertainty every second of the day. Because uncertainty is part of being alive. No amount of overthinking removes it completely. No amount of anxiety guarantees protection. No amount of emotional control prevents every painful experience. And eventually the nervous system becomes exhausted from trying to carry impossible levels of responsibility. This exhaustion appears physically too. Tight muscles, mental fatigue, sleep problems, difficulty relaxing, emotional irritability. The body stays trapped in management mode constantly, trying to stabilize a world that naturally changes, and many people do not realize how deeply this affects them until they experience one small moment of true surrender. A deep breath, a quiet acceptance, a realization, I cannot control everything, and maybe I no longer need to. That realization softens the nervous system deeply, because surrender removes enormous emotional pressure from the body. Not surrender as giving up, surrender as releasing impossible burdens. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They focused attention on personal character, actions, and presence, not endless obsession over uncontrollable outcomes. That mindset creates nervous system freedom. Because the body finally stops fighting battles, it can never fully win anyway. Healing begins through small moments of release, allowing uncertainty to exist without immediately trying to solve it, letting conversations unfold naturally, accepting that not every outcome can be emotionally secured beforehand, breathing through discomfort instead of instantly trying to control it away. At first, this feels frightening for overstimulated nervous systems because control once felt like survival. But slowly, the body begins learning something life-changing. You do not need total control in order to survive uncertainty. You do not need to emotionally manage every possibility constantly. And peace becomes possible the moment the nervous system stops trying to hold the entire future together by force. Little by little, the chest softens, the mind slows down, the body unclenches. And for the first time in a very long time, the nervous system experiences something deeper than control. Trust. Trust in your ability to face life as it comes, instead of exhausting yourself trying to dominate every unknown before it arrives. Because eventually, the soul grows tired of gripping reality so tightly, and healing begins the moment you finally allow yourself to loosen your emotional hold on what was never fully yours to control in the first place. And after years of trying to control every possible outcome, the nervous system slowly develops another exhausting habit that modern life quietly intensifies every single day. It becomes afraid of missing something, a message, an update, a problem, an opportunity, a danger, something important the mind believes it must constantly stay aware of in order to remain safe, prepared, or emotionally secure. And without realizing it, the nervous system becomes trapped inside obsessive checking behaviors that slowly destroy inner calm. There are people who check their phone every few minutes without even thinking about it consciously anymore. Not because they truly need to, but because the nervous system became conditioned to expect interruption constantly. A notification creates anticipation. A delayed response creates anxiety. Silence creates restlessness. The mind keeps asking, "What if I missed something important?" And over time, the body loses its ability to fully relax because part of the nervous system is always waiting for the next alert. The Stoics understood that attention is deeply connected to emotional freedom. Marcus Aurelius warned himself repeatedly not to become mentally pulled in every direction by external distractions because he knew scattered attention creates inner instability. And modern overstimulation thrives on scattering attention endlessly. Messages, news, emails, social media updates, constant alerts interrupting the nervous system before it ever fully settles. The body remains partially activated because psychologically the mind expects something emotionally important to happen at any moment. This creates low-level survival tension all day long. The nervous system becomes hyper-responsive, always checking, always refreshing, always monitoring. And one of the strangest parts is that these behaviors often happen automatically. The hand reaches for the phone before the mind even decides consciously. The body checks notifications during moments of silence instinctively, because overstimulation trained the nervous system to fear disconnection. At first, obsessive checking feels harmless, even productive, responsible, connected, but over time it quietly reshapes the nervous system. Attention span weakens, patience disappears, stillness becomes uncomfortable, the body loses tolerance for uncertainty, and beneath all of it lives a deeper emotional fear. What if I am not aware of something I need in order to stay emotionally safe? For many people, this fear goes far beyond technology itself. The checking behavior is often connected to survival conditioning. People who grew up in emotionally unpredictable environments often become highly alert to changes, responses, moods, and signals around them. The nervous system learns that missing emotional information could lead to conflict, rejection, embarrassment, or instability. So the body adapts. It stays watchful, prepared, hyper-aware. Modern technology simply amplifies this survival pattern continuously. Now the nervous system receives endless opportunities to monitor messages, statuses, notifications, activity indicators, and because the brain is wired to seek certainty, the checking never fully satisfies the anxiety underneath. The relief lasts only briefly, then the urge returns again. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced returning his attention inward because he understood something timeless. A person pulled constantly outward by external stimuli loses authority over their own inner world, and obsessive checking behaviors quietly steal that authority from the nervous system, because the mind never fully rests. Part of the attention always remains externally hooked, waiting, monitoring, anticipating. This creates enormous biological fatigue over time. The nervous system never enters deep recovery. The brain remains in partial alert mode. Even moments of rest become fragmented by interruption, and eventually many people stop experiencing true presence entirely. Meals become checking sessions, conversations become divided attention, quiet moments become unbearable without stimulation. The body begins forgetting how to simply exist without searching for updates constantly. And one of the saddest consequences is this: obsessive checking slowly disconnects people from direct experience itself. Life starts happening through alerts and reactions instead of through presence. The Stoics believed peace requires attention discipline, not because attention itself is moral, but because where attention goes, nervous system energy follows. A mind constantly scanning externally eventually becomes emotionally exhausted internally. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly relearns something it forgot. Not every moment requires monitoring. Not every silence hides danger. And you do not need constant updates to remain emotionally safe. At first, this feels deeply uncomfortable. An overstimulated nervous system experiences disconnection almost like withdrawal. The urge to check rises quickly. The mind feels restless. The body feels incomplete without stimulation. But slowly, small interruptions to the checking cycle begin calming the nervous system. Leaving the phone in another room briefly, allowing messages to wait, experiencing silence without immediately reaching for stimulation, returning attention fully to one moment at a time. These small practices matter more than people realize because they teach the body something powerful. You are allowed to exist without constantly monitoring the world. And little by little, the nervous system softens. The compulsive urgency decreases. Presence becomes easier. The body stops bracing for interruption constantly. And for the first time in a long time, the mind begins experiencing something modern overstimulation quietly stole away, undivided peace, because eventually the nervous system becomes exhausted from permanent anticipation. And healing begins when the body finally realizes this. You do not have to keep checking every second in order to be safe in your own life. And after years of obsessively checking, monitoring, and trying not to miss anything important, many people slowly develop another hidden form of nervous system suffering that the world often praises instead of recognizing as exhaustion. Perfectionism, not the healthy desire to do things well, but the deeper, more painful kind. The kind where mistakes feel dangerous, where rest feels undeserved, where nothing ever feels good enough no matter how much effort is given, and slowly perfection stops being motivation and becomes internal punishment. There are people whose nervous systems never truly relax because they are constantly trying to avoid failure, criticism, disappointment, or judgment. Every task carries pressure. Every decision feels emotionally loaded. Every mistake feels larger than it actually is. The body stays tense because perfectionism quietly teaches the nervous system that safety depends on flawless performance. The Stoics believed discipline mattered, but they also understood that attachment to impossible standards creates suffering. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human beings are imperfect by nature. Wisdom was never about becoming flawless. It was about remaining steady without emotionally destroying yourself over every mistake. But perfectionistic nervous systems rarely feel steady. They feel hunted internally, always correcting, always improving, always trying harder, and no matter how much they accomplish, relief never fully lasts. Because perfectionism keeps moving the finish line emotionally. A task gets completed, but the mind focuses on what could have been better. A compliment arrives, but the nervous system dismisses it. Success happens, but the body still feels pressure instead of peace. This creates deep emotional exhaustion because the nervous system remains trapped inside constant self-evaluation. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many perfectionistic people do not realize how cruelly they speak to themselves internally. Mistakes become evidence of worthlessness. Rest becomes laziness. Imperfection becomes shame. The mind creates pressure that no human nervous system can sustain forever. Usually, this pattern begins long before adulthood. Some people learned early that love, praise, or emotional safety depended on performance, being good enough, being successful, being useful, avoiding mistakes. So the nervous system adapted. It became hyper-disciplined, hyper-aware, hypercritical. At first, this survival strategy often creates achievement externally, but internally, the body quietly absorbs enormous pressure. Because perfectionism keeps the nervous system permanently braced against failure. The body never fully rests emotionally. There is always another standard to reach, another flaw to fix, another fear of disappointing someone. And over time, perfectionism stops feeling like ambition. It starts feeling like emotional survival. Marcus Aurelius warned himself repeatedly not to become enslaved by ego, external validation, or impossible expectations because he understood that inner peace disappears when self-worth becomes dependent on flawless outcomes. And perfectionistic nervous systems often carry deep hidden fear underneath all the striving. Fear of rejection, fear of humiliation, fear of not being enough. Fear of losing value if they stop performing perfectly. So the body keeps pushing, even while exhausted, even while emotionally depleted, and eventually the nervous system begins collapsing quietly underneath the pressure. Burnout grows, joy disappears, creativity weakens. The body becomes anxious during simple tasks because everything feels emotionally high stakes internally. This is why perfectionistic people often struggle relaxing during unfinished work. Their nervous system remains activated until everything feels resolved. But nothing ever fully does, because perfection itself is unreachable. And chasing it endlessly slowly turns life into emotional punishment. The Stoics believed true strength includes accepting human limitation without hatred toward yourself. A disciplined life does not require emotional self-destruction. That distinction changes the nervous system deeply, because healing begins when a person realizes this. You are allowed to be imperfect without becoming unsafe. At first, this feels terrifying for perfectionistic minds. Mistakes feel emotionally dangerous. Slowing down feels irresponsible. Doing something imperfectly feels unbearable, because the nervous system became conditioned to associate worth with performance. But slowly, small moments begin retraining the body, finishing something without endlessly revising it, resting before complete exhaustion, allowing mistakes without spiraling into self-attack, speaking to yourself with patience instead of constant internal criticism. These moments matter profoundly because the nervous system learns through emotional experience, not intellectual understanding alone. And little by little, the body begins softening. The chest feels lighter. Tasks stop carrying overwhelming emotional pressure. The mind becomes less hostile toward itself. And for the first time in a very long time, achievement no longer feels tied to survival. The Stoics practice self-discipline with awareness, not self-hatred. They understood that a person at war with themselves internally can never truly experience peace externally. And perfectionism is often exactly that, a quiet war against your own humanity. But healing begins the moment the nervous system starts understanding something deeply important. You were never meant to earn your right to rest by becoming flawless first. You were never meant to destroy yourself emotionally, trying to become impossible, and your worth was never supposed to depend on perfect performance every second of your life, because eventually even the strongest nervous system becomes exhausted from living under endless internal judgment. And peace finally begins the moment you stop treating your own humanity like a problem that must constantly be corrected. And after years of perfectionism, endless self-correction, and a nervous system trapped inside impossible standards, many people slowly become disconnected from the real world around them in a very painful way. They begin living almost entirely inside their own mind. Inside thoughts, inside analysis, inside overthinking, inside constant internal conversations that never truly stop. And eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted not only from life itself, but from being trapped inside non-stop mental activity every waking hour. There are people who spend more time inside imagined scenarios than inside the present moment. Their body moves through daily life automatically, while their mind remains somewhere else completely, replaying the past, predicting the future, analyzing conversations, preparing for problems, questioning themselves endlessly. The nervous system never fully arrives anywhere because the mind never stops moving internally. This is the exhaustion of living inside your own head, a quiet form of psychological imprisonment that many people mistake for intelligence, responsibility, or self-awareness. But often, it is simply an overloaded nervous system unable to rest. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return to the present moment because he knew the mind can easily become lost inside endless thought loops, disconnected from reality itself. And modern life intensifies this mental imprisonment constantly. Too much information, too much stimulation, too many worries, too many unresolved emotional loops. The nervous system becomes mentally overactive because the brain never receives enough stillness to settle naturally. At first, overthinking feels protective. The mind believes, if I think enough, I can prevent pain. If I analyze enough, I can stay safe. If I prepare enough, I can control life. But eventually, the thinking itself becomes the source of exhaustion, because the nervous system never fully exits problem-solving mode. The body stays tense while the mind keeps running invisible marathons internally. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people trapped inside overthinking no longer know how to experience life directly. They analyze moments instead of living them, analyze emotions instead of feeling them, analyze conversations instead of connecting naturally. The nervous system becomes separated from presence itself. A person can sit beside someone they love while mentally trapped somewhere else entirely, physically present, psychologically absent, because the mind never stops talking. Marcus Aurelius warned himself repeatedly against becoming consumed by unnecessary thought, because he understood that a restless mind creates suffering far beyond what reality itself requires. And many nervous systems today are drowning in mental noise. Thought after thought after thought, questions without answers, fears without resolution, analysis without peace. This creates deep biological exhaustion too. The body reacts to thoughts physically. The chest tightens, the breathing shortens, the nervous system activates. Even when no immediate danger exists externally, the body experiences overthinking as ongoing stress. That is why mentally exhausted people often feel physically drained too. Their nervous system has been working constantly all day long without visible movement, and over time, the mind begins feeling like a prison. The person cannot stop thinking even when exhausted, cannot stop replaying, cannot stop anticipating, cannot stop mentally carrying life every second. The Stoics believed freedom begins when a person learns how to observe thoughts without becoming controlled by them automatically. That distinction changes everything, because overthinkers often mistake every thought for truth, every fear for warning, every mental scenario for reality, and the nervous system remains trapped inside endless internal reaction. But thoughts are not commands. Thoughts are not prophecies. And not every thought deserves emotional obedience. Healing begins when the mind slowly relearns how to return to the present instead of living entirely inside mental projection. This is why grounding matters so deeply for nervous system recovery. Not complicated techniques, simple return, feeling your breathing, feeling your feet against the floor, listening to sounds around you fully, walking slowly without mentally racing ahead, eating without distraction, allowing attention to settle into the body again instead of floating endlessly inside thought. At first, this feels uncomfortable for overactive nervous systems. The mind resists slowing down. It searches for new worries immediately, new problems, new analysis, because thinking became emotional survival. But little by little, grounding begins teaching the nervous system something life-changing. You do not need to mentally solve your entire life every second in order to survive it. Presence softens the body. Stillness softens the mind. The nervous system begins realizing it no longer needs to stay trapped inside endless internal noise constantly. And slowly, the world starts feeling real again. The sunlight feels noticeable again. Conversations feel more alive. Breathing feels deeper. Moments stop rushing past unnoticed. The Stoics practiced grounding constantly through awareness of the present moment, because they understood something modern overstimulation often steals away. A person loses peace when they stop fully inhabiting reality itself. And overthinking pulls people away from reality continuously, into imagined futures, imagined failures, imagined disasters, imagined judgment. Meanwhile, the actual present moment waits quietly underneath all the mental noise. Healing begins when the nervous system finally returns there again. Not perfectly, not permanently, but enough to remember something deeply important. Life is happening now, not entirely inside your fears, not entirely inside your thoughts, not entirely inside the prison of your own mind. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of freedom is finally realizing this. You do not have to spend your entire life trapped inside your head in order to protect yourself from living. And after years of living inside constant overthinking, emotional pressure, mental noise, and nervous system overload, many people begin experiencing something that confuses them deeply. They sleep, but they still wake up exhausted. The body rests for hours, yet the heaviness remains. The mind feels foggy. The chest still feels tense. Energy never fully returns no matter how much sleep they get. and slowly they begin wondering, why am I still so tired? Because there is a difference between physical fatigue and nervous system depletion, and many people today are not simply tired. They are emotionally and biologically overwhelmed in ways sleep alone cannot fully repair. There are people whose bodies lie down at night, but whose nervous systems never truly stop working. Even during sleep, the mind keeps processing stress, emotional tension, unfinished thoughts, subconscious fear, and survival pressure. The body rests physically, but internally, the nervous system stays partially alert, preparing, scanning, holding tension, and eventually a person wakes up feeling like they survived the night instead of truly recovering from it. The Stoics understood that inner unrest affects the body deeply. Marcus Aurelius often spoke about the condition of the mind shaping the condition of life itself, and modern nervous systems carry so much unresolved stimulation that true recovery becomes difficult even during rest. Because sleep alone does not automatically heal an overloaded nervous system. A body can sleep while still carrying emotional stress internally. This is why nervous system depletion feels different from ordinary tiredness. Physical fatigue usually improves with rest. Nervous system depletion lingers. It creates a deep exhaustion that feels heavier, slower, harder to explain. The person may technically sleep enough hours, yet still feel emotionally drained before the day even begins. Because the body is not only tired from activity, it is tired from carrying survival mode continuously. The nervous system spends enormous energy managing stress, overthinking, emotional suppression, hypervigilance, anxiety, constant stimulation, unresolved emotional loops. All of these quietly consume biological energy every single day, and eventually the nervous system becomes depleted in ways that ordinary rest cannot immediately fix. This is why emotionally overwhelmed people often wake up already tense. The jaw feels tight, the chest feels heavy. The mind immediately starts racing again. The body never fully entered deep restoration because stress remained active underneath the sleep itself. The Stoics believed peace of mind directly affects physical well-being because the body and mind are not separate systems emotionally. A restless inner world creates a restless nervous system, and modern life creates enormous inner restlessness. People fall asleep overstimulated, phones in bed, stress before sleep, mental multitasking until exhaustion. The nervous system rarely receives enough quiet transition into genuine recovery, so the body sleeps lightly, emotionally guarded, partially alert, as if danger might return at any moment. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people become so used to exhaustion that they stop recognizing how depleted they truly are. They think, this is normal. This is adulthood. I just need more discipline. But often, the body is not lacking discipline. It is lacking recovery, deep nervous system recovery, the kind that comes not only from sleep, but from emotional safety, stillness, and reduced internal pressure. Because true restoration requires the nervous system to feel safe enough to let go completely for a while, and many overloaded nervous systems never fully do. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly practiced calming the mind because he understood that peace is not laziness, it is restoration. A person cannot continuously live in internal conflict without eventually feeling the consequences physically. Nervous system depletion appears in many quiet ways: brain fog, emotional numbness, heavy fatigue, difficulty concentrating, feeling overwhelmed by small tasks, sensitivity to noise or stress, a strange feeling of emotional heaviness that sleep alone never fully removes, because the exhaustion is deeper than the muscles. It lives inside the nervous system itself. And healing this kind of depletion requires more than simply getting more sleep. The body needs less internal warfare, less mental overstimulation, less emotional suppression, less constant survival activation. At first, many people resist slowing down emotionally because productivity culture teaches them to ignore exhaustion until collapse happens completely. But the nervous system cannot recover while constantly overloaded. Healing begins through softness, quiet evenings, moments without stimulation, breathing slowly before sleep, allowing the body to feel safe instead of mentally preparing for tomorrow's stress immediately, giving the nervous system emotional permission to stop carrying everything for a little while. These moments matter biologically, because the body heals most deeply when the nervous system finally exits defense mode long enough to repair itself properly. And little by little, something begins changing. Sleep feels deeper. The chest feels lighter in the morning. The mind becomes clearer. The body stops feeling like it is dragging invisible emotional weight constantly, not because life became perfect, but because the nervous system finally started receiving the recovery it had been deprived of for years. The Stoics believed that peace is a form of strength because a calm nervous system sees life more clearly than an exhausted one. And perhaps that is what so many tired people are truly longing for deep down. Not simply more sleep, but relief from carrying endless internal pressure every moment they are awake. Because eventually, the body becomes exhausted not only from doing too much, but from feeling emotionally unsafe for far too long. And after years of nervous system depletion, emotional exhaustion, and waking up tired no matter how much sleep the body receives, many people slowly realize something else has been draining them quietly the entire time. They are carrying emotions that do not even belong to them. Other people's stress, other people's anger, other people's sadness, other people's anxiety. And without noticing it, the nervous system begins absorbing emotional energy everywhere it goes, until the body feels heavy all the time. There are people who walk into a tense room and immediately feel their chest tighten. People who spend time around emotionally overwhelmed individuals and leave feeling exhausted themselves. People who constantly absorb moods, conflict, pressure, and emotional chaos from the world around them like a sponge. And because they are deeply sensitive internally, they rarely know how to stop carrying it afterward. This is the emotional overload of absorbing everyone else's energy. A quiet nervous system burden many compassionate people live with daily. The Stoics understood that external emotional chaos can easily invade the inner world if boundaries do not exist. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to allow other people's emotional states to control his own nervous system internally. But many people never learned how to emotionally separate themselves from the energy around them, especially those who became emotionally hyper-aware early in life. People who grew up around instability often learned to monitor emotional environments carefully for survival. They became experts at sensing tension, reading moods, predicting emotional shifts, keeping peace. And over time, the nervous system became deeply sensitive to other people's emotional states automatically. At first, this sensitivity can feel like empathy, and part of it is. But without emotional boundaries, empathy slowly becomes exhaustion, because the nervous system begins carrying emotional weight that was never meant to live inside the body permanently. There are people constantly feeling drained after social interaction, not because they dislike people, but because their nervous system absorbs emotional stimulation too deeply. A conversation stays with them for hours. Someone else's stress becomes their stress. Another person's anger lingers inside their body long after the interaction ends, and eventually, emotional absorption becomes chronic nervous system overload. The body remains tense because emotionally it is carrying far more than its own internal reality. The Stoics believed compassion must exist alongside inner discipline. Caring about others should not require abandoning your own emotional stability completely. That balance matters deeply, because emotionally absorptive people often feel responsible for everyone else's emotional comfort too. They try to fix moods, reduce tension, carry conversations emotionally, manage the atmosphere around them constantly. And slowly, the nervous system becomes exhausted from permanent emotional caretaking. This creates biological strain many people do not recognize: mental fatigue, chest tightness, emotional heaviness, difficulty relaxing after social situations, a constant feeling of being emotionally full. The body carries emotional residue from interactions long after they end. And one of the saddest parts is this: people who absorb everyone else's energy often struggle recognizing their own emotional state clearly anymore. Because the nervous system became so focused outward that it lost connection inward. They feel overwhelmed, but do not know why. Heavy, but cannot explain it. Drained, even during normal days, because emotionally they have been carrying far more than their own inner world. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that another person's emotional storm does not have to become your internal weather too. He understood that emotional steadiness requires separation between compassion and absorption. That distinction changes the nervous system profoundly, because empathy does not require emotional self-destruction. You can care deeply without carrying every burden inside your body. At first, emotionally sensitive nervous systems struggle with this idea. Boundaries feel selfish. Distance feels guilty. Protecting energy feels uncomfortable, because the body became conditioned to associate emotional merging with connection and safety. But slowly, healing begins when the nervous system learns something life-changing. You are allowed to remain emotionally grounded even while others are struggling. You are allowed to protect your inner state. You are allowed to stop carrying emotional energy that is not yours to hold permanently. This does not make you cold. It makes you healthy, because a nervous system constantly overloaded by everyone else's emotions eventually loses the ability to care sustainably at all. The body needs emotional space, silence after heavy conversations, moments of grounding after emotional stimulation, time away from chaos, breathing deeply after carrying tension around others, returning attention back into yourself instead of remaining emotionally entangled with everyone else's state constantly. These moments retrain the nervous system slowly. The body begins separating external emotion from internal identity. The chest softens more quickly after difficult interactions. The mind stops carrying conversations endlessly. Emotional recovery becomes possible again. And little by little, something beautiful begins returning. Inner stability. Not because the world stopped being emotionally intense, but because the nervous system finally stopped trying to carry the emotional weight of every person it encounters. The Stoics believed true peace comes from maintaining authority over your inner world, even while surrounded by external chaos. And perhaps that is one of the deepest lessons emotionally exhausted people must eventually learn. Compassion does not mean absorbing every storm around you until you drown emotionally too, because eventually the nervous system becomes overwhelmed from carrying emotions that were never truly yours to keep. And healing begins the moment you finally realize this. Protecting your inner peace is not selfish. It is necessary for the survival of your soul itself. And after years of carrying everyone else's emotional energy, protecting yourself from chaos, staying alert to moods, pressure, conflict, and emotional overload, The nervous system slowly reaches a painful state many people no longer even recognize consciously. The body forgets how to relax, not temporarily, deeply, fully, naturally. There are people whose muscles stay tight even while resting, people whose breathing remains shallow during calm moments, people who lie in bed exhausted while their nervous system continues bracing internally as if danger might arrive at any second. And over time, chronic tension stops feeling temporary. It becomes the body's normal state. This is what happens when the nervous system spends too long without feeling emotionally safe enough to let go. The Stoics understood that the mind and body shape each other continuously. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that inner fear creates suffering far beyond external events themselves. And when fear becomes chronic, the nervous system slowly rewires the body around survival. That rewiring changes everything. The muscles stay partially contracted. The jaw tightens automatically. The stomach remains tense. The heart reacts quickly to stress. The mind scans constantly for problems. Even peaceful moments feel fragile because the body no longer trusts safety fully. And one of the hardest truths is this: many people carrying chronic tension do not even realize how physically guarded they are anymore. The nervous system adapted so completely to stress that tension became invisible. They think this is simply how they are. But the body is not supposed to live permanently braced against life. Usually this pattern begins slowly. A stressful childhood, emotional unpredictability, constant pressure, years of anxiety, unresolved emotional pain, a life spent surviving instead of recovering. The nervous system adapts beautifully for protection. It learns vigilance, readiness, guardedness. At first, these responses help the person endure difficult environments. But eventually the body forgets how to fully stand down afterward, and that is where chronic tension begins damaging the nervous system deeply. Because the body heals during safety, not during constant alertness. A nervous system trapped in defense mode struggles to fully restore itself biologically. Sleep becomes lighter, digestion weakens, emotional resilience shrinks. The body becomes more reactive because internally it never fully exits survival mode. Marcus Aurelius practiced calming the mind, not because life was easy, but because he understood something profound. A person cannot think clearly or live peacefully while internally preparing for danger all the time. And many nervous systems today are exhausted precisely because they never truly feel safe enough to relax completely. Even during rest, the body remains watchful. Even during silence, the mind keeps anticipating interruption. Even during happiness, part of the nervous system quietly waits for something painful to happen next. This creates enormous emotional exhaustion because chronic tension consumes energy constantly. The body spends every day managing invisible defense responses internally, tightening, monitoring, protecting, preparing, and eventually people become tired in ways they cannot fully explain, not because they are weak, but because the nervous system was never designed to remain activated for years without recovery. One of the saddest consequences of chronic tension is that peace itself can begin feeling uncomfortable. A calm environment feels unfamiliar. Stillness feels strange. The body almost searches for something to worry about because tension became emotionally familiar. This is how survival rewires the nervous system. The body starts treating vigilance as normal and relaxation as unusual. The Stoics believed freedom begins when the inner world no longer remains chained to fear continuously. But many people have spent so long surviving that they no longer realize how much fear their body is still carrying physically. Healing begins with awareness first, noticing the tension, noticing the shallow breathing, noticing how quickly the body braces during ordinary moments, because the nervous system cannot release what it does not recognize. At first, relaxing feels difficult for chronically tense bodies, almost unsafe. The muscles resist softening, the mind resists slowing down. The nervous system has spent years associating alertness with protection. But slowly, the body can relearn safety, through repetition, through quiet, through moments where nothing bad happens while the body relaxes slightly. Slow breathing matters. Stillness matters. Silence matters. Gentle moments where the nervous system experiences calm long enough to realize, I do not need to defend myself every second anymore. These experiences begin rewiring the body gradually. The shoulders soften more naturally. The jaw unclenches. Sleep deepens. The nervous system stops reacting as intensely to ordinary stress. And something beautiful slowly returns. Ease. Not because life became perfect, but because the body no longer feels trapped inside permanent preparation for pain. The Stoics understood that peace is not weakness. Peace is biological recovery for the soul, and perhaps that is what so many exhausted nervous systems are truly longing for underneath all the tension. Not escape from life, not perfect control, but finally feeling safe enough inside the body to loosen their grip on survival for a little while, because eventually the nervous system becomes exhausted from carrying invisible armor every moment of every day, and healing begins the moment the body slowly realizes this. The danger is not always here anymore, and after years of chronic tension, emotional overload, and a nervous system that never fully feels safe enough to relax, many people slowly develop another hidden dependency that modern life quietly encourages every single day. They become addicted to mental stimulation, not necessarily because they enjoy chaos, but because quiet begins feeling emotionally unfamiliar, even threatening. The moment silence appears, the mind immediately reaches for something: a phone, a conversation, a video, a thought, a distraction, anything to avoid sitting too long inside stillness. And slowly, the nervous system forgets how to exist without constant mental input. There are people who cannot eat without stimulation, cannot walk without stimulation, cannot rest without stimulation, cannot even fall asleep without noise playing in the background, because the overloaded mind became terrified of quiet. The Stoics understood that a restless mind naturally avoids stillness, because stillness reveals what constant distraction hides underneath. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew from noise intentionally, because he knew inner clarity only appears when the mind stops running long enough to hear itself again. But modern life trains the exact opposite: endless content, endless scrolling, endless stimulation arriving every second. The nervous system becomes conditioned to constant mental movement, and eventually, silence itself starts feeling uncomfortable. This happens because stimulation temporarily numbs emotional awareness. A busy mind does not fully feel its exhaustion. An overstimulated brain avoids confronting unresolved emotion. Constant input distracts the nervous system from what it is truly carrying underneath. So the body begins craving stimulation, not for pleasure alone, but for emotional escape. At first, this feels harmless: entertainment, productivity, staying informed. But over time, the nervous system loses tolerance for stillness completely. The mind becomes restless during silence, anxious during slowness, emotionally uncomfortable without distraction. And one of the hardest parts is this: many people mistake this discomfort for boredom, but often it is nervous system withdrawal from overstimulation. The body became so accustomed to constant input that quiet now feels emotionally exposed, because silence reveals what noise keeps hidden: unprocessed stress, loneliness, fatigue, anxiety, grief, emotional emptiness. The very things the nervous system has been avoiding through non-stop stimulation. Marcus Aurelius believed the quality of life depends greatly on the quality of attention. A distracted mind becomes fragmented emotionally, and modern overstimulation fragments attention constantly. The nervous system never fully settles. Thoughts remain scattered. Presence disappears. The body exists in one place while the mind jumps endlessly between stimulation sources. And eventually, people stop experiencing life directly. Moments become interruptions to stimulation instead of experiences to fully inhabit. This creates deep nervous system exhaustion. Because constant stimulation keeps the brain partially activated all day long, the body never enters full recovery. Even rest becomes mentally noisy, and overstimulated minds often feel strangely empty afterward too. Hours of stimulation pass, yet the nervous system still feels unsatisfied, because stimulation is not the same as nourishment. The Stoics understood this deeply. Inner peace comes from stillness, awareness, and presence, not endless external distraction. But for overloaded nervous systems, stillness initially feels unbearable. The moment quiet arrives, thoughts grow louder, emotions surface. The body begins noticing its tension again, so the mind instinctively escapes back into stimulation. Another scroll, another video, another distraction, another mental escape route. And slowly, the nervous system becomes psychologically dependent on avoiding itself. This dependency creates emotional fragility too. Attention span weakens, patience decreases. Simple, quiet moments feel emotionally difficult. The body loses its natural rhythm because the nervous system became conditioned for constant novelty and interruption. And perhaps the saddest consequence is this. People slowly lose connection with their own inner voice. Not the anxious noise, the deeper voice underneath it all, the quiet, emotional truth buried beneath endless stimulation. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly relearns how to tolerate stillness again. Not forcefully, gently. A few quiet minutes without reaching for distraction immediately. Walking without constant input, sitting outside without needing entertainment, allowing silence to exist without instantly escaping it. At first, this feels uncomfortable for overstimulated minds. The body becomes restless. The thoughts race. The nervous system almost panics without stimulation. But that discomfort is important. It reveals how overloaded the brain truly became, and little by little, the nervous system begins remembering something ancient and deeply human. Quiet is not emptiness. Stillness is not danger. Silence is not loneliness. In fact, stillness is often where healing finally begins, because only in quiet can the nervous system fully hear what it has been carrying underneath all the noise. Only in quiet can the body fully soften. Only in quiet can attention stop scattering long enough for true recovery to happen. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. A peaceful mind is not created through endless stimulation. It is created through returning inward without fear. And slowly, something beautiful begins happening when the nervous system relearns stillness. Breathing deepens, thoughts soften, the chest loosens, the mind stops craving interruption constantly. Presence returns, not dramatic presence, simple presence. The ability to fully exist in one moment without urgently needing escape, because eventually the soul becomes exhausted from non-stop mental noise, and healing begins the moment the nervous system finally realizes this. You do not need constant stimulation to avoid yourself anymore. And after years of overstimulation, emotional self-silencing, and constantly distracting yourself from what the nervous system has been carrying underneath, something heavy begins building quietly inside the body. Resentment. Not always loud resentment, not explosive anger, but the silent kind. The kind that forms slowly when emotions remain unspoken for too long, when boundaries are ignored too many times, when pain gets swallowed instead of expressed, when the nervous system keeps enduring things the soul quietly never agreed to carry. And over time, that emotional suppression begins storing itself physically inside the body. There are people walking around right now carrying years of unspoken resentment in their chest, shoulders, stomach, jaw, and nervous system without fully realizing it consciously, not because they are hateful people, but because they became emotionally trained to suppress instead of release, to tolerate instead of speak, to stay quiet instead of disappoint others. And eventually, the body becomes the storage place for all the emotions that never found safe expression. The Stoics understood that emotions ignored do not disappear. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to observe emotions honestly before they hardened into bitterness internally. Because emotional suppression does not create peace, it creates pressure. And pressure held long enough eventually reshapes the nervous system itself. This is why resentment feels so exhausting physically. The body stays tense because emotionally, something unresolved keeps living underneath the surface. The jaw tightens during certain conversations. The chest feels heavy around certain people. The nervous system becomes irritated more quickly. Small things trigger oversized reactions because the body is already carrying accumulated emotional weight internally. And one of the hardest truths is this: many people carrying resentment do not even allow themselves to admit they are angry. They feel guilty for it, ashamed of it, afraid of conflict. So the emotion never fully moves. It stays trapped, quietly circulating inside the nervous system for years. This often begins very early in life. Some people learned that expressing frustration created rejection or punishment. Others became caretakers emotionally and felt responsible for keeping peace constantly. Some were praised for being easygoing while silently abandoning their own emotional needs repeatedly. So the nervous system adapted. It learned suppression, smiling through discomfort, saying yes while internally exhausted, pretending things are okay when they are not. At first, this survival strategy avoids conflict externally, but internally, resentment slowly accumulates like pressure trapped beneath the surface, and the body feels all of it. The Stoics believed emotional discipline requires honesty first. A person cannot become internally free while denying their emotional reality completely. Resentment grows strongest in places where truth was repeatedly silenced. That truth matters deeply. Because suppressed resentment often transforms into chronic nervous system strain, mental exhaustion, physical tension, emotional numbness, irritability, difficulty relaxing around certain people, a constant feeling of emotional heaviness the body cannot fully release. The nervous system stays activated because part of the self still feels unheard internally. Marcus Aurelius warned against carrying bitterness because he understood it poisons the inner world first, before affecting anything else. But he also understood something important. Bitterness often grows from wounds left emotionally unattended for too long. And many people have spent years betraying their own emotional boundaries quietly in order to maintain external harmony. The body eventually reaches a limit. Because suppression consumes enormous nervous system energy, holding back anger requires tension. Holding back truth requires tension. Holding back emotional pain requires tension. And eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted from containing emotions that were never allowed movement. This is why some people feel physically lighter after finally expressing something they carried silently for years. Not because conflict itself heals, but because emotional honesty releases pressure the nervous system was never meant to carry indefinitely. The Stoics did not teach emotional explosion. They taught emotional awareness, the ability to recognize emotion clearly without becoming consumed blindly by it. That distinction matters, because healing resentment is not about becoming cruel, it is about finally becoming honest. Honest about what hurt. Honest about what exhausted you. Honest about where your nervous system kept sacrificing itself silently. At first, this honesty feels uncomfortable, especially for people trained to suppress emotions constantly. The body fears conflict, fears rejection, fears disappointing others. But little by little, emotional truth begins softening the nervous system instead of harming it. Boundaries become clearer, conversations become more authentic. The body stops carrying as much hidden emotional pressure internally, and slowly, the nervous system begins learning something deeply healing. You no longer need to imprison your emotions inside your body just to keep others comfortable. That realization changes the body profoundly. The chest loosens, the jaw relaxes, the mind stops replaying suppressed frustrations endlessly. Emotional energy begins moving instead of remaining trapped. And for the first time in a long time, the nervous system experiences relief from carrying invisible emotional weight alone. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from storing every unspoken feeling inside itself, and healing begins the moment you finally understand this. Suppressed resentment does not disappear quietly. It lives somewhere inside the nervous system until truth is finally allowed to breathe. And after years of carrying unspoken resentment, suppressing emotions, staying alert to everyone else's needs, and teaching the nervous system to survive through tension, many people slowly develop a fear they rarely speak about openly. They become afraid to relax. Not because they enjoy stress, not because they want exhaustion, but because somewhere deep inside, the nervous system learned a painful association. Relaxing feels unsafe. There are people whose bodies immediately tense the moment life becomes calm. The silence lasts too long, and suddenly anxiety appears. A peaceful day arrives, and the mind starts searching for what could go wrong. Rest finally becomes possible, yet the body cannot fully let go. Because the nervous system quietly believes, if I relax, something bad might happen. This is survival conditioning, a nervous system trained by unpredictability for so long that hypervigilance begins feeling safer than peace. The Stoics understood that fear often remains alive long after the original danger has passed. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself not to let imagined catastrophe control his inner world, because he knew the mind can become addicted to preparing for pain constantly. And many nervous systems live exactly this way, always braced, always scanning, always preparing emotionally for the next disruption. At first, this pattern usually develops for understandable reasons. Maybe peace in the past never lasted long. Maybe calm moments were followed by conflict, disappointment, criticism, abandonment, or emotional pain. Maybe safety disappeared suddenly too many times. So the body adapted. It learned not to fully trust calmness, not to fully trust rest, not to fully trust happiness. Because the nervous system began associating relaxation with vulnerability. At first, hypervigilance feels protective. The mind believes, if I stay alert, I can prevent pain. If I stay prepared, I will not get blindsided. If I never fully relax, I will remain safe. But over time, this constant readiness becomes exhausting. because the nervous system never truly powers down. The body stays partially tense all day long. The shoulders remain tight. The breathing stays shallow. The mind keeps monitoring reality for signs of danger, even during peaceful moments. And eventually, the body becomes exhausted from defending itself against threats that are not actually happening in the present moment. The Stoics believed peace requires learning how to separate current reality from imagined fear. But hypervigilant nervous systems struggle deeply with this distinction. A quiet moment feels suspicious. A healthy relationship feels emotionally unfamiliar. An ordinary silence feels loaded with possible danger. The body keeps waiting for the real problem to appear. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people living in hypervigilance no longer recognize how much fear their nervous system is carrying constantly. It became normal. The tension became familiar. The alertness became identity. They think, I'm just cautious. I'm just realistic. I'm just responsible. But underneath that constant vigilance often lives a nervous system terrified of being caught off guard emotionally again. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that living in fear of future pain destroys the ability to experience the present moment fully. A mind constantly preparing for disaster eventually loses connection with peace entirely. And hypervigilant nervous systems suffer exactly this way. The body becomes biologically addicted to anticipation, waiting, monitoring, preparing. Even joy becomes difficult because the nervous system immediately starts predicting loss. This creates deep emotional exhaustion because no human being was designed to live permanently braced against life itself. The body heals through safety, but hypervigilance blocks safety from fully reaching the nervous system. Even during rest, the body remains partially defended internally. This is why some people wake up tired even after sleeping, why vacations still feel stressful, why quiet evenings create anxiety instead of calm. The nervous system never fully exits protection mode. The Stoics believed courage includes allowing yourself to exist in the present without becoming ruled by imagined catastrophe constantly. That courage changes the nervous system profoundly, because healing begins when the body slowly experiences something unfamiliar. Relaxation without punishment, calm without immediate danger, rest without emotional consequences. At first, this feels uncomfortable for hypervigilant minds. The body almost searches for reasons to worry. The nervous system resists softening fully, because survival conditioning taught it, staying alert keeps you safe. But little by little, repeated moments of calm begin retraining the nervous system. A quiet moment where nothing bad happens. A deep breath without urgency. A peaceful evening that remains peaceful. The body slowly starts learning, maybe I no longer need to prepare for disaster every second. This relearning takes patience because the nervous system adapted over years. But healing happens through repetition too, slow breathing, gentle stillness, allowing yourself to rest without immediately searching for danger mentally. These moments teach the body something deeply healing. Safety can exist without constant vigilance. And gradually, the chest softens. The mind slows down. The body stops anticipating catastrophe quite so intensely. Peace begins feeling less suspicious. Rest begins feeling less dangerous. And for the first time in a very long time, the nervous system experiences something it almost forgot was possible, the ability to loosen its grip on survival. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from constantly guarding against pain that is not actually here. And healing begins the moment the nervous system finally understands this. You do not need to stay afraid in order to stay alive. and after years of living in hypervigilance, always preparing for danger, constantly scanning for problems, and feeling afraid to fully relax, the nervous system slowly begins living at one speed almost all the time. Fast thoughts, fast reactions, fast decisions, fast breathing, fast living. And eventually, the body forgets what it feels like to move through life without urgency. There are people who rush through everything now, eating quickly, walking quickly, thinking quickly, responding quickly, even resting quickly, as if slowing down itself feels emotionally uncomfortable. And over time, the nervous system becomes exhausted not only from stress, but from the constant speed of life itself, because speed creates stimulation, and stimulation keeps the nervous system activated. The Stoics understood that inner steadiness requires slowness in thought and awareness. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to move through life deliberately instead of being emotionally dragged around by urgency and impulse. He knew something modern life constantly forgets. A rushed nervous system cannot fully experience peace. And many people today are living permanently rushed internally, even when there is no immediate emergency happening. The body keeps hurrying anyway. Why? Because the nervous system became conditioned to urgency. Some people grew up in chaotic environments where slowing down felt unsafe. Others learned that productivity equals worth. Some became so overloaded with responsibilities that rushing became survival. And eventually, the body stopped distinguishing between necessary movement and chronic urgency. The nervous system stays accelerated automatically. This acceleration quietly damages the body over time. Breathing becomes shallow. Patience weakens. The mind becomes reactive. The body remains tense because internally everything feels like it must happen immediately. Even small delays begin triggering frustration or anxiety. Traffic, waiting, silence. Slow people, quiet moments. The nervous system reacts strongly because it became addicted to speed itself. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people no longer realize how rushed they feel internally all the time. It became normal. Normal to multitask constantly. Normal to rush through meals. Normal to interrupt rest with stimulation. Normal to live as if every moment is behind schedule. But the body was never designed for non-stop acceleration. The nervous system needs slowness in order to recover properly. Without it, the body remains trapped in partial survival activation all day long. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly practiced slowing his thoughts intentionally because he understood that urgency clouds clarity. A mind constantly rushing loses connection with wisdom, presence, and emotional balance. And chronic rushing damages more than attention. It damages the nervous system's relationship with life itself. Because rushed people stop fully inhabiting moments. They eat without tasting, listen without fully hearing, walk without noticing the world around them. The body exists physically in one place, while the mind races ahead somewhere else entirely. This creates deep emotional emptiness over time. Because life begins feeling like something to survive, instead of something to experience. The nervous system stays locked in anticipation, always moving toward the next thing, the next task, the next problem, the next responsibility. And eventually, even rest becomes contaminated by urgency. People rush relaxation, rush healing, rush recovery, as if slowing down long enough to breathe fully feels emotionally unsafe. The Stoics believed true strength includes the ability to remain calm inside movement instead of becoming consumed by frantic momentum. They understood that speed often comes not from necessity, but from inner fear. Fear of falling behind, fear of not doing enough, fear of stopping long enough to feel what is happening internally. and many nervous systems today are carrying enormous fear underneath constant rushing. Because slowing down reveals exhaustion, stillness reveals tension, quiet reveals how overloaded the body truly feels. So the nervous system keeps hurrying, but speed itself becomes toxic after long enough. The body never fully resets. The heart stays activated. The muscles stay tight. The mind remains overstimulated, and eventually the nervous system becomes deeply depleted. Healing begins when a person slowly relearns something modern life constantly pushes against. Not everything requires urgency. At first, slowing down feels uncomfortable, even guilty. The nervous system resists it. The body feels restless. The mind searches for something productive to do immediately, because chronic rushing became emotional conditioning. But little by little, slowness begins teaching the nervous system something powerful. A slower breath, a slower walk, a slower conversation, eating without distraction, pausing before reacting. These small moments send safety signals to the body. The nervous system begins realizing, I do not need to race through life to survive it. That realization changes the body profoundly. The chest softens. The mind clears. The body stops bracing against invisible urgency constantly. And for the first time in a very long time, life begins feeling less like a non-stop emergency. The Stoics understood that peace cannot exist inside a permanently rushed nervous system, because rushing disconnects people from presence. And presence is where healing happens, not in frantic movement, not in endless urgency, but in the quiet ability to fully arrive inside one moment without mentally racing toward the next one already. Because eventually the nervous system becomes exhausted from living like every second is an emergency, and healing begins the moment the body finally understands this. You do not need to hurry through your life in order to deserve it. And after years of rushing through life, staying emotionally alert, performing strength, and moving so quickly that the nervous system never fully slows down, many people quietly become exhausted from one invisible habit above all others: pretending. Pretending to be okay. Pretending to be calm. Pretending to be strong. Pretending not to care. Pretending not to hurt. And over time, the nervous system becomes deeply fatigued from carrying emotional masks everywhere it goes. There are people whose entire day feels like emotional performance. They smile while emotionally drained, laugh while anxious, say "I'm fine" while their body feels heavy with exhaustion, act emotionally stable while internally fighting battles nobody else can see. And because the performance becomes automatic, they stop realizing how much energy the nervous system spends maintaining it constantly. This is emotional masking, a survival strategy where the body learns to hide emotional truth in order to feel accepted, safe, respected, or emotionally protected. At first, masking may help a person survive difficult environments. Maybe vulnerability once led to criticism. Maybe emotions were ignored. Maybe showing pain felt unsafe. So the nervous system adapted beautifully. It learned performance, control, composure, the ability to hide emotional reality behind socially acceptable behavior. But eventually, the mask itself becomes exhausting, because the body knows the difference between truth and performance, even when the mind tries to ignore it. The Stoics believed emotional discipline was important, but they never taught emotional dishonesty. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly encouraged self-awareness and inner alignment. A person cannot fully heal while constantly divided between what they feel internally and what they display externally. That division creates nervous system strain, because emotional masking requires constant energy, monitoring facial expressions, controlling reactions, suppressing feelings, managing perception. The body stays tense because part of the nervous system is always working to contain emotional truth. And one of the saddest parts is this. Many people become so skilled at masking that nobody around them realizes how overwhelmed they truly are. They become the strong one, the calm one, the reliable one. Meanwhile, internally, the nervous system quietly collapses beneath the emotional weight of constant self-suppression. This creates deep biological fatigue. The body never fully relaxes because it never fully feels emotionally authentic. Even social interaction becomes exhausting because the nervous system spends the entire interaction performing instead of simply existing naturally. And eventually, emotional masking creates loneliness too, because people can only connect deeply with the version of you they are allowed to see. If the real emotions remain hidden constantly, the nervous system begins feeling emotionally unseen, even around others. Marcus Aurelius warned himself against becoming disconnected from his own inner truth in order to satisfy external expectations. He understood something many people forget. Peace requires alignment between the inner self and outward life. But masking creates separation. The body feels one thing. The face displays another. The nervous system remains trapped between emotional truth and emotional performance. And that conflict becomes exhausting after long enough. This is why emotionally masked people often feel strangely tired after social situations, even when nothing difficult happened externally. The body worked constantly behind the scenes, holding emotions down, maintaining composure, avoiding vulnerability, trying not to let anyone see the internal exhaustion underneath. The nervous system never fully rests during interaction because the self never fully relaxes into authenticity. The Stoics believed honesty creates freedom, not brutal honesty toward others, honesty within yourself. The ability to acknowledge what you truly feel instead of endlessly performing emotional invincibility. That honesty changes the nervous system profoundly. Because healing begins the moment the body no longer feels forced to hide everything constantly. At first, emotional honesty feels deeply uncomfortable for people trained to mask. The nervous system fears judgment, rejection, weakness, exposure, because the body learned long ago that emotional concealment felt safer than vulnerability. But slowly, something beautiful begins happening when small moments of truth are allowed. Saying, "I'm tired," admitting, "that hurt me," allowing yourself to feel sadness without immediately covering it with humor or distraction. These moments send powerful safety signals to the nervous system. You no longer have to perform survival every second. And little by little, the body softens, the chest loosens. Conversations feel less exhausting. The nervous system stops working so hard to maintain emotional disguise constantly. This does not mean becoming emotionally uncontrolled. The Stoics never encouraged emotional chaos. They encouraged emotional awareness without self-deception. That distinction matters deeply. Because real strength is not pretending nothing affects you. Real strength is remaining honest without collapsing into fear or shame about your humanity. And perhaps that is the deeper exhaustion so many nervous systems are carrying right now. Not only stress from life itself, but the exhaustion of constantly hiding what they truly feel in order to survive socially. Because eventually, the body becomes tired of wearing armor during every interaction. And healing begins the moment you finally realize this. Your nervous system was never meant to spend an entire lifetime pretending to be unaffected just to feel accepted. And after years of emotional masking, pretending to be okay, hiding exhaustion behind performance, and teaching the nervous system to stay constantly alert around other people, Many minds slowly become attached to something else that quietly keeps the body trapped in low-level anxiety all day long. Constant phone checking. Not because every notification matters, not because every message is urgent, but because the brain became addicted to tiny bursts of anticipation, stimulation, and emotional interruption. And without realizing it, the nervous system begins living in permanent expectation, waiting for the next alert, the next message, the next update, the next tiny emotional hit that briefly distracts the mind from itself. There are people who reach for their phone before fully waking up, people who check notifications during conversations, people who unlock their screen without even consciously deciding to, not because they truly need information every few minutes, but because the nervous system became conditioned to micro-alerts psychologically. The Stoics understood that constant distraction weakens inner steadiness. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to protect his attention because he knew the mind becomes emotionally fragmented when constantly pulled outward by external stimuli. And modern phones are designed precisely for that fragmentation. Notifications, buzzes, vibrations, visual alerts, tiny interruptions training the nervous system to remain partially alert every moment of the day. At first, these interruptions seem harmless. A quick check, a quick scroll, a quick response. But over time, the nervous system begins craving stimulation constantly, because every alert creates a tiny emotional response inside the brain. Anticipation, curiosity, relief, validation. The nervous system receives small bursts of stimulation repeatedly throughout the day, and eventually the brain starts depending on them emotionally. This creates hidden anxiety because the body stops fully relaxing. Part of the nervous system remains waiting constantly, monitoring, checking, expecting. The mind never fully settles into uninterrupted presence anymore. And one of the hardest parts is this. Most people do not even realize how deeply conditioned they became. The phone gets checked automatically during silence, during boredom, during discomfort, during emotional uncertainty, because the nervous system quietly learned that stimulation helps avoid stillness. At first, phone checking feels like connection, but often it becomes emotional escape. Escape from quiet, escape from loneliness, escape from overthinking, escape from unresolved emotion rising to the surface. The brain becomes addicted not only to information, but to interruption itself. Marcus Aurelius warned against becoming mentally enslaved by external impulses because he understood something timeless. A person pulled constantly outward loses authority over their own inner world. And constant phone checking quietly steals that authority from the nervous system piece by piece, because every interruption fragments attention. The body never fully arrives in one moment before being pulled into another stimulus again. Conversations become divided, meals become distracted, rest becomes partial, even sleep becomes interrupted psychologically because the nervous system remains conditioned for alertness. This creates enormous biological fatigue. The brain never fully powers down. The body remains partially activated. The nervous system becomes hyper-responsive to tiny signals constantly. And eventually, many people feel anxious during silence itself because the brain became dependent on external stimulation for emotional regulation. The Stoics believed peace requires learning how to remain present without compulsively chasing external distraction. But overstimulated nervous systems struggle deeply with this. A quiet moment appears, and immediately the hand reaches for the phone, not consciously, automatically, because the body learned stillness feels uncomfortable, distraction feels safer. This conditioning reshapes attention deeply over time. Patience weakens. Focus shortens. The nervous system loses tolerance for uninterrupted presence. And one of the saddest consequences is this: people slowly lose contact with their own inner life. The deeper emotional voice underneath the stimulation becomes harder to hear, because every moment of discomfort gets interrupted before awareness can fully settle. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly relearns something many people forgot. Not every silence needs interruption. Not every emotion needs distraction. Not every empty moment needs stimulation. At first, this feels deeply uncomfortable. The urge to check rises quickly. The mind feels restless. The body almost panics without micro-alerts feeding attention constantly. But little by little, small moments of disconnection begin calming the nervous system profoundly, leaving the phone untouched for a while, walking without checking notifications, sitting quietly without reflexively reaching for stimulation, allowing the body to experience stillness without immediate interruption. These moments retrain the nervous system slowly. The brain stops expecting constant alerts. The chest softens, attention stabilizes, presence returns, not perfectly, but enough for the body to finally breathe more deeply again. Marcus Aurelius understood something modern overstimulation constantly pulls people away from. A peaceful mind is not built through endless interruption. It is built through attention that learns how to stay still. And perhaps that is what so many exhausted nervous systems are truly craving underneath all the checking, scrolling, and stimulation. A moment where nothing demands their attention, and they finally remember how to exist without waiting for the next alert to tell them they are alive. Tonight was never just about stress. It was about the invisible weight your nervous system has been carrying for years without rest. The endless overthinking, the emotional masking, the pressure to stay strong, the fear of slowing down, the constant mental noise, the hidden exhaustion of trying to hold everything together while silently falling apart inside. Little by little, you began seeing the truth. Your body was never broken. Your mind was never weak. Your nervous system was simply overloaded from surviving too long without enough safety, stillness, or peace. The Stoics understood something most people forget in modern life. Healing does not begin when the world becomes perfect. Healing begins the moment the mind stops fighting itself every second of the day. And tonight, maybe for the first time in a long time, your nervous system finally felt permission to loosen its grip, to stop anticipating disaster, to stop carrying everyone else, to stop rehearsing pain before it arrives, to stop treating rest like weakness. The body heals slowly, the mind softens gradually, but every moment of awareness changes something inside you. And perhaps the most powerful thing you can remember after tonight is this: you do not need to stay trapped in survival mode forever. Peace is not something reserved for other people. Calm is not something you must earn through exhaustion. And your nervous system deserves recovery just as much as your body deserves sleep. So tonight, breathe a little deeper. Loosen your shoulders. Let the silence stop being an enemy. And allow yourself to believe that healing is already quietly beginning inside you. If even one part of this journey felt deeply personal to you, leave a comment below with the word reset. Sometimes one honest word is enough to remind someone else they are not alone in what they are carrying. And if this brought your mind even a little peace tonight, subscribe to the channel for more Stoic teachings designed to calm the mind, heal emotional exhaustion, and help you finally reconnect with inner stillness again.